What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
All right, so what is it, Friday night? Must be the Friday Night Radio Baloney Live. I am your host, Richie Baloney. How's everybody doing out there? Good to see you guys. Hope everybody's had a great week. All right. Before we get to the chat, let's go to the news stories we're going to be covering today. Let's go to the menu. Let's see what we're going to be talking about. We'll just quickly look at all the different topics, and then we'll get to the chat. Then we'll go through the stories in detail. What the hell is that? Yuck. Kathy Griffin. Ugh. Unfortunately, we're going to have to talk about that thing. Let's see. We got another doctor who doesn't know what a woman is, or who gets pregnant and who doesn't. We'll talk about that. You got Mark Carney going to China, going to bend the knee to China. No elbows up with China. Not at all. Maybe there should be, but not at all. We're going to get into this and all Carney's ties to China and just all of the lunacy behind the Canadian government right now. Yes, Chinese EVs are tied in with this, by the way. So there's going to be a bunch of Chinese EVs coming into Canada. You know, the ones that lock you inside and incinerate you? Those ones. We're going to talk about that. We've got some stuff on ice in the States. Tim Walz. There's Tim Walz. Some people call him Tampon Tim Walz. I would never say that. But in any case, we're going to listen to Tampon Tim Walz talk his commie gobbledygook. And it's just I'm not Tim Pool if I say the word Civil War. Right? Let's see. Venezuela. Here's Trump talking about Venezuela here. We're going to see that. That's always very interesting when Trump says things. We got some stuff on pipelines here, Alberta pipelines here. I don't think it's looking very good. We've got some liberal spending, liberal money, the Liberal Party of Canada spending money on stuff like this. This is somebody called Jamie Lowe, who who is a delicate flower. And she's a beautiful lass, beautiful, delicate flower. Yeah, we're going to go all through this, the money trail, and where they waste all Canadians' money, where they're wasting Canadians' money. It's not even wasting. It's like it's counterproductive. It's making Canada worse. All right. Keir Starmer says investigation into X will carry on despite admitting that X isn't breaking the law. It's just UK police state. Keir Starmer, apparently he's still got like 3 years. And even if he doesn't make it, if he gets booted from his own party, from the Labour Party, there'll be another Keir Starmer that it just gets put in his place. Just crazy. George Orwell would be turning in his grave. I'm sure he is. Let's see. Memo from the Department of Carney Liberal Heritage Minister Mark Miller says the CBC is necessary to promote social cohesion. So that translates into brainwashing, necessary to brainwash the Canadian public, mostly the boomers, the liberal boomers. There's lots of great conservative boomers in Canada too. So I know you guys are there. I see you. Let's see what the heck's going on here. Oh, yeah. So, State Department to stop issuing long-term immigrant visas to 75 countries whose migrants take welfare from the American people at an unacceptable rates. And why the hell wouldn't you do this? Why wouldn't you? It's just sanity. Oh, yeah. These countries, the people come and just simply are a net drain on everybody else. Maybe we'll stop that part. Maybe we'll just do things that make our country better again. That seems to be something that makes sense from the perspective of an American. That seems to make sense to me. What do we got next? So it looks like we might be getting some truth in the Truth and Reconciliation after all. We're going to talk about all that money that went to the Kamloops Indian residential school for archaeological digs around the claims of unmarked graves. You can't hide the truth forever. This is the thing. We're going to talk about that. And what do we got? Yes, this is part of that story. We're going to spend a little while on that, actually, because it's very important. Floor cross. We've got a couple more conservatives who have been asked, who have been tried to, the liberals have tried to tempt them or bribe them or whatever, however you want to say it, into crossing the floor. And they're saying no. Looks like Carney's probably got his limit. Maybe there's an NDP or who will flip. I don't know. We'll talk about that briefly. Then we have the last tab of the evening, which has got all kinds of crazy stuff. Look at all this. It's all kinds of different things. There's politics, but there's also dogs and ducks and all kinds of stuff. It's fun. Comedy. You guys got to love this part of the show. A lot of this you guys sent in. Most of that you guys sent in to X. And then you have this. And this is another addition to the Women's Sports Channel, which we go to when we are at doing the when we are doing the chat. When we're looking at the chat, it says, what's the difference between this and OnlyFans? Seems a little harsh. I mean, my understanding is if this was OnlyFans, she'd be shoving a zucchini up her ass. And she's not. She's just skipping. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I assume that's what they do on OnlyFans. If I was paying, I'd certainly expect some of that. All right. And by the way, anybody watching on YouTube, new YouTube channel, Radio Baloney News. It's been around, I think it started about 4 months ago now. 167 videos on there already. All of the world news, the US news, UK news, meme reviews, everything, woke mind virus stuff. That's going to be going on this channel, Radio Baloney News. It is the featured channel for the homepage of the channel you're watching now. So you're watching Radio Baloney. The new channel is Radio Baloney News. The one you're watching right now, only live streams and Canadian news from now on. So please go and subscribe there. The algorithm hates me. They hate you. They don't want you to know about this. They'll be upset. If you go and subscribe right now, I can promise you that some purple-haired gremlin will cry. They can't help themselves. They're already crying anyway. So I don't know. Maybe it's hard to tell if they're crying because you did it. I don't know. Anyway, it'll feel good. All right, let's get to the chat. So as everybody knows, we're streaming on Rumble, on YouTube, on X, and on Locals. And when you're one of the first people to like the stream, also subscribing helps as well, and obviously sending me money, awesome. But liking the stream, you get extra good karma. So not just the one you would get normally, but you get extra. So let's see who's getting their extra good karma. Let's see, Izzy. How you doing, Izzy? Like number one, could use the karma boost. Well, that's five good karmas. 5 good karmas. In these troubled times, I mean, who would turn their back on that? Good for you, Izzy. All right, Spambot, how you doing? Number 2 on this, so there's 4. Number 1 on Locals, so that would be 9 altogether. 9, fantastic stuff. And I think I see him say, I have first, like on X, that's 14 good karmas. 14 good karmas for Spambot. He's basically invulnerable to everything with that many good karmas. Still, be careful, though. Be careful. Don't get cocky, because that's bad karma. Let's see. Spambot says, I'm still suppressed on X. Well, who the hell isn't? I just stopped posting anything other than my videos on there, on X, because, you know, when I first signed up, it was like when Elon Musk took over, and actually it was kind of good for a little while, and then it just went to nothing, and I was like, I'll just put the videos up there. Whatever. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor. How you doing? Well, he's saying if you buy a Tesla, Musk will boost you in the algorithm. I don't know about that. Let's see. Nevada, how you doing, Nevada? Like number 5? Like number 5? Well, that would be, I don't know. Is that like, what is it? 5, 4, 3, 2. That's 1.5. 1.5. Still pretty good. Let's see. Izzy says, well, where aren't they wasting text where your money is shorter? Yeah. Trudeau Survivor says, I think it's inevitable that battery technology will one day surpass gasoline. Yep, probably one day it will. Right now, though, I mean, it certainly wouldn't work for me. Jamis, how you doing? All right. Rosie, how you doing? Like number 6, that's 1.25. Good karmas for you. Trudeau's driver says social cohesion, quote, we are all in this together, where this was the COVID commie lockdowns. That's what they made. Just everybody agrees with what comes out of Rosemary Barton's teleprompter. That's what they mean by cohesion. Let's see. All right, so let's get some. Nevada says they're so big they don't bounce. Let's see. Let me take a closer look. Well, I think they're just harnessed really well. I think it's just an excellent exercise sports bra thing she's got on. If she wasn't wearing that, I'm sure that they would bounce. Trudeau's driver says jump rope lady had to overcome her disability of having huge knockers, and she still managed to master her craft. Well, I don't think it's a disability. They may not be. They may not be totally natural. Hold on. Let's start over again. Let's take a look. Well, I don't know. It's hard to tell. I mean, they're harnessed extremely well. I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt. All natural. And there was a bit of bounce there at the end. So let's see. All right. So why don't we just get to it, people? Should we just get to it? What are we looking at first? What the hell is that? All right, let's take a look.
I want to just talk to you about the news and why I don't talk about Trump in the way that I think maybe people expected on this YouTube show. I would just rant about Trump. I'm just bored with him. I don't watch cable news anymore. I used to watch MSNBC 24/7, which is now called MS Now, but it's too repetitive. And they don't cover a lot of topics that I think are so important, like the fires in Hong Kong. So I watch Sky News and BBC and...
Okay, well, this is good. Sounds like she's getting over her Trump derangement. Good for her. Okay, let's keep watching.
Al Jazeera, and I try to get as many foreign news sources as I can. And I know I'm going to sound like a Trumper when I say this, so I'm sorry.
Of course, they're all propaganda. They're foreign news, but it's all just basically the same as MS Now or MSNBC. Anyway, but all right, whatever. Anyway, I think she's making progress.
But our current media in America, I do believe, is failing us. I really do believe they'll pick one story on, let's say, CNN, and CNN is a joke now. They've just jumped the shark completely. I can't even watch CNN. Like, I don't want to fucking see Scott Jennings and think he's a pundit. You know what I mean?
So they're not actually what's happened. She's not gotten over her TDS. Is that even CNN is not TDS enough for her now. It's not pure enough TDS for her. Let's continue.
Pick one story in the morning, and then they'll just do the same story all day, as if we don't have emerging stories in our country, but around the world that affect us. So I don't do a ton of Trump material in my show because he's so over the top that I can quote him. Like, I went out on stage last week in Anaheim and they were clapping really loud, which was lovely, of course. And then I go, quiet piggies. And that got a big laugh. But that's all I did with it, because by the time I get on stage, everybody's covered the latest crazy thing he said, and I'm just waiting for him to die. So he will die sooner than later. He's in terrible shape.
You know what? So here's the TDS, by the way. She can't do, she's a minute 47 in, right? So she can't go. That's the longest she can go without expressing her Trump derangement syndrome. But I recognize her from somewhere. Where do I recognize her from? I think I had something. Oh, there we go. The witch from that movie Weapons. That's it. So she's Kathy Griffin. So Kathy Griffin has a lot of things to do. So she can't just be thinking about Trump all the time. I mean, she's got to be casting spells on children to get them to run out of the house in the middle of the night and go to her basement, so somehow she can sacrifice them for eternal youth or something. I mean, she's a busy woman. Woman.
Disgusting to look at, like disgusting. And I'm not saying I'm some beauty. It's not about that. It's that.
It's good that you're not saying that you're some beauty. It's really good. Hold on a sec. I think there was something under here. Hold on a second. So I would say, here we go. That's another picture of her, another recent picture. Yes, best not to refer to yourself as some beauty, but also maybe best not to criticize anybody else. I mean, look, Trump looks better than that. I mean, Trump's, he's getting on to 80 now. He's not in the best shape, even though he's got boundless energy, it seems. But he's still better than that. And he is the president. Let's continue.
And why I don't talk about Trump in the way that I think maybe people expected on this YouTube show. I would just rant about Trump. I'm just bored with him. It's, I don't.
And that last picture is the real her, right? So this here, you can see there's like filters, and this is filmed. This isn't her just setting up her phone. I don't think. I mean, this is filmed to hide many years of being horrible. Being this is to hide many years of being a grotesque human being, just physically being. This is to hide years and years of the horribleness of her existence manifesting on her face.
I don't watch cable news anymore. I used to watch MSNBC 24/7, which is now called MS Now, but it's too repetitive, and they don't cover a lot of topics that I think are so important, like the fires in Hong Kong.
So there you go. She doesn't need CNN or MSNBC. It's just her brain is that now. Her brain is now MSNBC. It has just been converted into that, just feeding her all of the TDS that she could ever need. Just TDS overdose 24/7. She probably dreams TDS, and she doesn't need anything. She doesn't need them anymore. She's transcended cable news, right? She just is now the living embodiment of TDS in all of its horror. So there you go. So TDS lives, obviously, and she is a monster. She is a monster. Now, talking about awful, horrible Karens, not the B posted this. Let's see. I went ahead and took the audible cuss words out of the viral vid of the legendary Karen that harassed these duck hunters. What kind of bird is that? All right, let's take a look. So this is a new, this is something that was created in the age of Trump that didn't really exist before. And it's a weird phenomenon. It's incredibly irritating phenomenon, really frustrating. But this is a new thing where you have these old boomers, these old Karens who have just, is this a result of, SSRIs? What is it exactly? But there's this incredible level of anger and entitlement in these old ladies now. It's so strange. I'm sure she would have been protesting at one of the Tesla dealerships not so long ago. Just a nut bar.
Hey, bro, what kind of bird is that? Huh? What kind of bird is that? First. I think it's a legend.
Get the hell out of here! You're not welcome! Go away!
You're not welcome. According to who? Her. What? According to her and the ducks, I guess? She really does sound like a bird. Maybe she's related to those birds.
Those are decoys, not ducks. Retard.
We don't want you shooting around here.
I don't want you.
Those are decoys, not ducks, you retard. It makes it all the more hilarious that she can't even tell the difference between a decoy and a duck. All right.
Walking around here.
Oh, off. This is public property.
Exactly my point. Thanks for proving our point.
Don't shoot anything alive, you off.
These are already dead.
I don't care.
They're already dead.
I don't like shooting you off. You off.
Those birds identified as dead already.
Oh, you.
Oh, I love it.
Hey, up front.
Look at here.
Now.
Oh yeah.
Did you get that on video?
Yeah.
Ian rolled that.
Oh my God. This is a new thing though. Like this never you never used to see old ladies behaving like this in public. This is a new thing. It's part of the seniors crusade, the boomers crusade, the leftist boomers crusade. These old people who I guess maybe they were like activists or something when they were like young, and then they just went on and they had like normal lives. And now this is like it's like a end of life crisis. It's a weird thing, and it's an insane level of entitlement. Isn't this what we see from the left just on everything? Total and utter entitlement all the time. Anger and entitlement. You must agree with the things that we say. You must do the things that we do. And if you don't, we're going to throw a fit. We'll do it publicly. We don't care. We have no shame. We have no dignity. I'm surprised she wasn't, although I'm surprised she wasn't filming herself. I'm surprised she wasn't filming herself while she was doing this so she could put it on social media. But this is a story now. Maybe she's too old for that, but this is a story now she can go off and tell, right? Be the brave anti-duck hunting activist. Save the ducks. All right, let's check out the chat quickly. All right. Steve, how you doing over on YouTube there? Good to see ya. Let's see. All right. Izzy says, put back the AI muse. This is revolting. That's not AI, by the way. Are you trying to say that, hold on. Are you trying to say that, oh, wait, 1 sec. We got lots of tabs open here. Are you trying to say that's AI? That's not AI. That's a real lady. I mean, the tits may not be real, but the rest of her's real. So I know what you're talking about. Really, I just wanted to show this one for the joke. What's the difference between this and OnlyFans? Well, she's not shoving a zucchini up her ass. That's the only reason. But I like it now, and now we're going to keep it forever. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, Kathy Griffin can't see her reflection in a mirror. I do not think that she can. Nevada already talking about Trump. Yeah, I mean, she's saying she's getting over it, but no, she's not. Let's see. I guess replying to Kathy Griffin here. Hold on. Replying to Kathy Griffin here. Which one is Kathy Griffin? Is that Kathy Griffin or is that Kathy Griffin? No, it's both. Both are Kathy Griffin. Kathy Griffin, my brain. All right. So she's saying she's waiting for Trump to die. And Izzy says, we're all waiting. Hold on. We're all waiting for you to die. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. It's a tough one. It's tough. The audience is tough but fair. Tough but fair. All right. Let's see. Ghetto Monkey, how you doing? Good to see you. Let's see. Karen's gonna Karen, Izzy says. Ghetto Monkey says, is that a white belly Karen gull? White belly Karen gull. Let's see. I think it is actually right. She did sound exactly like some sort of gull, right? Nevada says, imagine how long it's been since she got some. I'm going to guess a very, very long time. Many decades. Let's see. Probably a vegan, as he says, probably. All right. All right. Let's, what do we got now? Is anything else here? Oh, no, we already did that. All right. So I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of this. How do I get rid of this, this tab? Hold on. Bookmind virus. Okay. There. We're getting rid of it. Boom. Because I got too many tabs. All right. What do we got next? Okay. So you guys, this is just crazy. So Viva Fry posted this. And here you have a doctor, another doctor, and it's amazing that, you know, you have like official settings like this, and these lunatics, they're not just on the college campuses anymore. You know, they're testifying in front of Congress now. It's mad. They're running institutions. Okay, Viva Fry says, watch this video in its entirety, then watch it again. Dr. Verma is not a doctor in the PhD sense. She is not a doctor of theology. She's a medical doctor testifying before the Senate on medical dangers of abortion medication. In response to the question, can men get pregnant? Okay, so we're going to find out from this lady here, this expert, this medical professional, if men can get pregnant. Men can get pregnant. And I guess you need to be a medical professional to not know the answer to this question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since you bring it up, why don't we just start there? Dr. Verma, I wasn't sure I understood your answer to Senator Moody a moment ago. Do you think that men can get pregnant?
I hesitated there because I wasn't sure where the conversation was going or what the goal was. I mean, I do take care of patients with different identities. I take care of many women. I take care of people with different identities. And so that's where I paused. I think, yeah, I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Well, the goal is just the truth. So can men get pregnant?
Again, the reason I paused there is I'm not really sure what the goal of the question
The goal is just to establish a biological reality. You just said a moment ago that science and evidence should control, not politics. So let's just test that proposition. Can men get pregnant?
I take care of people with many identities, but
can men get pregnant?
Many women that can get pregnant. I do take care of people that don't identify as women. That
can men get pregnant?
Again, as I'm saying,
let me just remind you what you testified to a moment ago. Science and evidence should control, not politics. So can men get pregnant? You're a doctor,
agree.
I think.
Science and evidence should guide medicine.
Do science and evidence tell us that men can get pregnant? Biological men, can they get pregnant?
I also think yes/no questions like this are a political tool. And
no, yes/no questions are about the truth, doctor. Let's not make a mock.
Well, see, that's the problem. The truth. If she's an ideologue, she's not interested in the truth. If she's a modern leftist, she's not interested in the truth. But the truth does matter, right? She's testifying before the Senate on potential dangers of abortion medication. Well, that's very serious. It affects people's health. Now, that's a very politicized topic. So just as an example, that topic, why would you trust anything she said? She's already proven that she's willing to put politics and ideology above reality. I mean, wokeness, a wise man once said,
everything woke turns to shit.
But it becomes more than just about, wokeness becomes more about just politically correct words. It actually turns into praxis. Wokeness becomes more than just about politically correct words, right? It becomes praxis. So that means practicing it in fields like medicine, where you privilege political correctness, their politically correct belief over reality, and in that case, over the well-being of patients. That's why it has to be eradicated from anything, any field, any organization, any institution that affects people's lives, because they don't care about that. I've said this a million times before. They're not interested in fitting their ideology into the world. They're interested in fitting their fitting the world into their ideology, and they are delighted to break the world in the process and all the people in it. Anyway, let's continue.
Of this proceeding. This is about science and evidence, and I'm asking you, the United States Supreme Court just heard arguments yesterday at great length on this question. This is not a hypothetical question. This is not theoretical. It affects real people in their real lives. And you're here as an expert, called by the other side as an expert, and you've been telling us that you follow, right, you're a doctor, and you follow the science and the evidence. So I just want to know, based on the science, can men get pregnant? That's a yes or no question. It really is, I think.
I think you're trying to reduce the complexity of a lot.
I'm not. I'm trying to get, it's not complex. I'm trying to get to an answer, and I'm trying to test, frankly, your veracity as a medical professional and as a scientist. Can men get pregnant?
I think you're also conflating
This is
male
extraordinary.
female with
No, I'm not conflating male and female. They're two different things. There's biological men and there's biological women. And I want to know, can men get pregnant?
What you were talking about is biological.
You're not going to answer my question.
Biological males.
This isn't hard, doctor. Can men get pregnant? Yes or no?
Again, I would be more than happy to have a conversation with you.
He just gave her the out there. Biological males, he just said. And then she just repeated that. She could just say right now, well, obviously biological men cannot get pregnant. She could just do that. She won't even do that. She should have no control. She should have no control over the well-being of any other human being in a medical setting, because she will privilege political correctness and her ideology over over reality, over the well-being of patients. She just will, obviously.
That is not coming from a place of trying to be polarized and push.
I'm not trying to be polarizing. I'm trying to ask, I think it is extraordinary that we are here in a hearing about science and about women. And for the record, it's women who get pregnant, not men. We are here about the safety of women and science that shows that this abortion drug causes adverse health events in 11% of cases. That's 22 times greater than the FDA label, another fact you haven't acknowledged. And yet you won't even acknowledge the basic reality that biological men don't get pregnant. There's a difference between biological men and biological women. I don't know how we can take you seriously and your claims to be a person of science if you won't level with this on this basic issue. I thought we were past all of this, frankly. I can't believe we're still here talking about this.
I am a person of science, and I'm also someone here who's here to represent the complex experiences of my patients. And I don't think polarized language or questions serve that goal. I don't think they serve the American people.
It is okay. So she's a person of ideology first, then maybe in a distant second, she's a person of science. But the ideology will win. She's just proven that the ideology will win for her every single time. And that's not without consequences. Right? Again, they're talking about negative consequence. They're talking about hold on. Potential dangers of abortion medication. Right? Well, is she going to privilege? Again, abortion is extremely politicized. Is she going to privilege ideology above reality on that question? Because we know with the left, it's just anything abortion all the time, always good. Abortion drug must be good. It's got abortion in the name. It's got to be good. What you see here as well is that he says, so he said, where does he say it? Let's go back a second.
This isn't hard, doctor. Can men get pregnant? Yes or no?
Again, I would be more than happy to have a conversation with you that is not coming from a place of trying to be polarized and push
I'm
people.
not trying to be polarizing. I'm trying to ask, I think it is extraordinary that we are here in a hearing about science and about women. And for the record, it's women who get pregnant, not men.
It also,
We are here about the safety of women and science that shows that this abortion drug causes adverse health events in 11% of cases.
Okay, so I was looking for where Hawley says, I thought we were past all of this. Well, the thing is, they're still in the institution. So the president has changed, the administration has changed in the United States. But all of those people, all of that, generation after generation of Red Guard that's graduated from universities and gone into those prime jobs, those bureaucratic jobs, they're still there. They're going to keep fighting. They haven't changed their minds. They won't change their minds. They're brainwashed. So it's going to take a long time. They're just sitting, waiting. They're just sitting, waiting for their moment again. They're not less crazy, and they're not going to become less crazy. They're just waiting for their moment again to flex their woke muscles again. So, yeah, it's not like, you change a government and all of a sudden, everything's fixed forever. No, they're there. They're going to keep fighting. They're not going away. Trump did not win by 40 points, right? He won by a couple. They're still there. They're just waiting to get back in and start inflicting their insanity on the public all over again. In fact, they still are because it's impossible to root. It's like millions of people. It's impossible to root them all out in one term. So, yeah, it's going to be a long road. It's going to take generations. And keep in mind, while this is happening, universities are still turning out new revolutionaries, new lunatics, new ideologues. Every year, they're training a new Red Guard. That's not stopping. All right. Anyway, just nuts. And just on top of that, so here's the case. Justice Sam Alito, so Supreme Court, asks ACLU lawyer, what is a man and a woman? And they don't have a definition. So let's take a look.
Girls.
Yes, Your Honor.
If it does that, then is it not necessary for there to be, for equal protection purposes, if that is challenged under the Equal Protection Clause, an understanding of what it means to be a boy or a girl or a man or a woman?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that definition for equal protection purposes? What does it mean to be a boy or a girl or a man or a woman?
Sorry, I misunderstood your question. I think that the underlying enactment, whatever it was, the policy, the law, we'd have to have an understanding of how the state or the government was just understanding that term to figure out whether or not someone was excluded. We do not have a definition for the court. And we don't take issue with we're not disputing the definition here. What we're saying is that the way it applies in practice is to exclude birth sex males categorically from women's teams, and that there's a subset of those birth sex males where it doesn't make sense to do so according to the state's own interest.
Well, how can a court determine whether there's discrimination on the basis of sex without knowing what sex means for equal protection purposes?
I think here we just know that we basically know that that they've identified pursuant to their own statute, Lindsay qualifies as a birth sex male, and she's being excluded categorically from the women's teams as the statute. So we're taking the statute's definitions as we find them, and we don't dispute them.
So you have a case here that's been brought to the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, regarding biological males being banned from women's sports, and you have the ACLU fighting that, and they're at literally the highest court in the land, and they still can't even define what sex is, what a man or a woman is. Think about how crazy that is, that this actually got to the Supreme Court. That's how nuts it is now. That's how much damage has been done. That's how much it needs to be fixed. Like these are the depths of the problem. I mean, it's astonishing. It's astonishing that you're hearing a Supreme Court justice ask, well, what's the definition? And they don't know. They don't even know. That's how insidious this gender redefinition of the word gender is. It's incredible. Absolutely astonishing. Anyway, let's what do we got underneath here? All right, we already did that a different time, so we'll get rid of this tab. Now what do we got? Let's go back to the chat for a second. All right. Oh, no, we can't have sound. That's no good. You know, maybe go down to let's go back here. Let's go to the tennis. Maybe not the tennis show. Let's see. That was the Christmas one. I always like this one, but let's keep going. How about some golf? Yeah. All right. What's going on in the chat? Let's see. Let me check out the ads. Let's see if I want to. I haven't done an ad for a while, but it's just that it's not really been worth it for me, to be honest. But I feel like I should do one just for old time's sake. Let's see. What do we got? All right, let's do a 1775. Let's just go. Still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped. Only 1,000 units. That's not very many, guys. You better act fast. That's pretty exclusive. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the Vitality Mushroom Coffee for clean energy and laser focus. No crash, no communism. All single origin, small batch, toxin-free, communism-free, and mold-free. Plus, you're also getting, guess what? Guess what you're also getting? A gold spoon clip, because freedom isn't scooped with plastic, you dingbat. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinion. She's probably some crazy old commie dingbat. And a black 1775 tumbler. That's $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for just $99, folks. That's under $100. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler alert. Yeah, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio. That's 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're all gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something. Anti-communism, at least it does on the Radio Baloney Show, just like Rumble does. Actually, you know what? Absence does make the heart grow fonder. It does, it turns out. That felt good. That felt good. That felt like the real me. Now I'm glad I did that. Now I'm glad. That's the best 30 cents I ever made, folks. I love reading the ad. It's a beautiful ad, beautifully written. It's like poetry. What's going on? Read all this. Karen Gull already did that one. Let's see. Probably a vegan already did that. Let's see. History is going to laugh at these people, as he says. You're talking about the woke crazies, the people who don't know what a man or a woman is. I think you're correct. I think you are correct. Let's see. Yeah. All right. Hold on. Izzy says that should be a failing grade and reason for termination from the medical profession. Yes, it matters. It matters. Let's see. Rosie says, don't mind me with my face blindness issue. I am still trying to figure out which one was Kathy Griffin. They both were. Let's see. Rosie's trying to lure Steve over onto Rumble. Come to the dark side, she says. It's better on Rumble. Well, this is where all the cool kids are hanging out. Like, it's just the way that it is. Just the way that it is. I love my YouTube people, but we got a great community over on Rumble. Trudeau's wife says send her straight to an insane asylum. All of them. I don't even know who we're talking. Are we talking about Kathy Griffin or that crazy dingbat doctor? Nevada says just send her down the retard road. What's the retard road? I don't know what that is. I hope that's not bad. Rosie says maybe we need to be finding out the true definition of a person of science. A person of science. Well, it's getting harder and harder, isn't it? Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says Google says so that dingbat doctor is Dr. Nisha Verma, received her bachelor's in biology and anthropology and her medical degree from the University of North Carolina. North Carolina. So this is a thing too. Like even in red states, like in Texas, like universities, colleges, schools are super woke. It's hard to get away from it. In Canada, like like in the prairies, like very conservative, but the universities there, the colleges, super woke. Steve Tollison makes a great point here. Golf is really good. Love golf. I know. Golf is great. Let's see. Rosie says, used to be a great school, had relatives who helped found it. Seems woke, maybe their agenda now. It's all their agenda. Let's see. Nevada says, I don't know, this feels like a non sequitur to me. Noodles in Greenland. What the hell does that mean? You talking about the noodle lady in Greenland? I don't know. Maybe we could all pitch in and get a plane ticket. Let's see. Let's see. Nevada says I miss Sandwich Girl too. Well, let's bring them back. Noodles and Sandwich Girl on Sunday. Izzy says coffee, amazing, just what I needed. Friday friendly energy with commie hate too. Oh no, I think I need to change my shorts. Uh-oh. Are we getting up to the reviews of the coffee ad? I think we are. Let's see. Izzy says 1776 out of 10. I think I need a smoke. Well, that's a great score. I mean, I believe this is the score, his score for my his rating for my coffee ad. I believe 1776 out of 10 is the most you can get out of 10, or almost, I think. I'm not a mathematician. Rosie says 11 out of 10, great coffee ad read. Amazing presentation, she says. 11 out of 10. Yeah, that's almost the most you can get out of 10, I'm sure. Oh, right. Now what are we doing? I think we're doing some crazy stuff now. What do we got here? Hold on. All right. So this, I put this back a little bit. We're already 50 minutes in. I put this back a little bit because this is Carney and China and Canadian news stuff. And, it's just crazy actually, but there's a lot to go over here. So first off, so Carney has traveled to China, and he's signed another memorandum of understanding signed with China, which a lot of Canadians think the details around this are not a great idea, especially considering what's going on with trade with the United States right now. But what is in this agreement? Central to this new partnership, should we really be partnering with China? I just wonder about this. Central to this new partnership is an agreement to collaborate in energy, clean technology, of course, and climate competitiveness. Yes, that's Canada's main concern right now, climate competitiveness. And by climate competitiveness, Carney means making our products more expensive than other countries, which is supposed to, I guess, in theory, somehow make us more competitive, although that doesn't make any sense and nobody believes it. Collaborate. Should we really be collaborating with China? Let's see. Investments in batteries, solar, wind, and energy storage. It kind of feels like Carney is only really interested in his global net zero financial structure. Or his it does feel like Carney is really only interested in his global net zero financial framework that he's the leader of and his ESG fund. Canada will allow up to 49,000 Chinese electric vehicles into the Canadian market with the most favored nation tariff rate of 6.1. So that's a foothold in the Canadian market. And you know who's not happy about that? I think we got it in here somewhere. I'm sure we do. Where is he? Hold on. I think we have him in here. Where the hell is he? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, wait a second. I know where he is. Hold on. I believe that he is in here. Let me just update this. There is somebody who's not happy about this. Let's see. Where is he? I wish I was more organized, people. I'm not. My apologies. It may not even be in there. God damn it. How can this happen? All right, so I got to go find it now. Give me 1 second. This will all be great when I cut this into a clip video, by the way. None of this will be included. None of me having to do any of this will be included. So it's going to be great for that. But hold on. Doug Ford, Chinese EV, Carney. Well, let's take a look. Okay, hold on. Here we go. This is what I wanted, and for some reason I didn't bookmark. All right, let's take a look. Here's Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, who is very worried about the auto industry, which is a big part of their economy. Let's take a look.
Absolutely not. Didn't have any consultation, didn't consult with any the automakers. This is going to be terrible for not only just all the people of Ontario, but especially the auto manufacturers, the supply chain. We're letting China into a market that's going to have lower tariffs than our largest market, the U.S., and I don't think that's going to go over too well with President Trump, but it's going to hurt every single auto manufacturer, every single supply chain that has anything to do with the auto sector. This was not thought out properly. It wasn't consulted. It was a knee-jerk reaction as far as I'm concerned, and this is going to be a big, big problem. Absolutely not.
So he's finally done cheerleading for Carney, at least momentarily. Yeah, he's not happy about this. They call these Chinese cars spy cars, by the way, because they're basically just a massive security threat because they're all of the software and everything is run from China. Let's go back to the agreement. So it's going to allow up to 49,000 Chinese electric vehicles into the Canadian market with the most favored nation tariff rate of 6.1%. So China heavily subsidizes that, the EV industry in China, and they're going for dominance everywhere, right? So they're heavily subsidized so they can be cheap and then just flood all of the foreign markets, hopefully knock out a bunch of competition, and then the prices can go up. That's how China operates. And they just produce these things at unbelievable levels. In fact, let's very quickly just go back here a second. So here's an example of one of the EV graveyards in China. Just all these cars subsidized. They just made way too many of them. They're also crappy as well. Just tons of these. They've got like plants growing out of them at this point. Probably this is what you'll be buying. This will be your one of these will be your cheap Chinese EV, by the way. They'll just pull the weeds out of it. Give it a wash. But on to the next thing. Now let's see. What does Canada get? Canada expects that China will lower tariffs on Canadian canola seed to a combined rate of approximately 15%. It's at 100% right now. China is a 4 billion canola seed market for Canadian producers, and this change represents a significant drop from their current combined tariff levels of approximately 85%. Okay, 85%. I thought it was 100%. Canada expects that Canadian canola meal, lobsters, crabs, and peas will not be subject to relevant anti-discrimination tariffs from March 1st, 2026 until the end of this year. So, I mean, it's good for the prairies, bad for Ontario, bad for our relationship with the United States, certainly. Bad for Canadian drivers, ultimately, because, well, let me show you something else. Hold on. So, what's this here? Another made-in-China EV suddenly caught fire and exploded. Oh, so they do have a habit of catching fire and exploding, but beyond that, they also have a habit of hold on. They also have a habit of hold on. They also have a habit of locking its doors after a crash and burning you alive. Car caught fire. The driver could not be saved because the car locked him inside. So they do have a habit of locking you inside and incinerating you. So I think that's bad for Canadian drivers, personally. And just a ton. Look, Russian confronts mass car door lock failures as condensation freezes in winter. So Canada's cold, like Russia, right? So that's a problem. Don't forget, these things are cheap. They're made in China. Let's not forget. What's going on here? So this is a special safety feature, so you won't have to worry about getting your head caught in the door if it closes. You don't have to worry about that. Actually, you do have to worry about that. Ow! Ow, ow. Let's see. Canada just opened doors to 49,000 Chinese EVs via Carney Xi deal, rolling spy vans with cameras and sensors beaming data to Beijing. We've banned Huawei and DJI for spying fears. Now full cars, national security nightmare. By the way, you won't be able to drive these across the border into the States. The United States will not have it. Seen as a security risk, Chinese smart car tries to kill its Russian owner in St. Petersburg by taking over the steering. So don't forget, these things can be controlled from China. China. Let's see. Anyway, so yeah, they're not great. There's lots of videos in here of them just like exploding and burning, just burning. You're lucky if it doesn't lock you inside first. If it shows mercy on you and doesn't incinerate you, let you get out. Electric minivan caught fire while on the move. I mean, here you go. This right there. Boom. Boom. Get out. Fortunately, it didn't lock these people in. They managed to get out. The Chinese EV showed mercy. Look, there you go. Got out. I'm sure got burnt, but I mean, maybe you shouldn't have bought that Chinese EV. All right. So anyway, there's the EVs. Canada has set an ambitious goal to increase exports to China by 50% by 2030. So you think China, huge market, that's probably really great, right? Well, it's not really as much as what you'd think, actually. Hold on. What's this? Let's see. Canadian exports by country. United States, 77%. We see these figures 77, 80, 85, somewhere around there. China, 3.9. So we keep hearing about China as our second biggest trading partner. Yeah, it's not like it's 40% or 20% or 10%. It's less than 4%. United Kingdom is 3.6. So it's what, 0.3 more than the United Kingdom? Japan is half what China is. Mexico's a quarter of it. South Korea is a quarter of it. It makes me wonder, where were the big trips to South Korea and Japan recently? Like maybe repeat trips. Maybe those are better countries to do business with. Maybe the countries that don't spy on Canada and interfere with our elections, don't have secret police stations here to intimidate the Chinese diaspora. Maybe. Why so important with China? I wonder if it's got something to do with carbon credits and this whole global net zero finance framework that Mark Carney has been working on for the last, 20 years. Makes me wonder. China, 3.9%. They're our enemy. They're the sworn enemy of the United States. Why China? Why didn't I'm not sure that Mark Carney has the Canadian people's best interests at heart here. I'm just not sure. China and Canada are both strong advocates of multilateralism. As a key pillar of this partnership, we will deepen our engagement on improved global governance with China. You mean the guys with 1 million people in concentration camps? Are you sure? Here we've got more climate competitiveness, which seems to be the opposite of competitiveness. Canada and China will also pursue pragmatic and constructive engagement in public safety and security. What? China? Really? They've got secret police stations here that they use to harass. The Chinese diaspora in Canada. They put bounties on the heads of Chinese Canadians. They put a bounty on the head on the candidates of a conservative. They put a bounty on the head of a conservative MP candidate. For God's sakes. Our law enforcement agencies will increase cooperation to better combat narcotics trafficking. Wait a second. I think that they misspelled that. I think instead of combat, they meant facilitate. Because, the narcotics are coming from China. Transnational and cybercrime. I just can't help but feel most of that's coming from China, and the government knows about it and is part of it. Synthetic drugs and money laundering and create safer communities for people in both of our countries. The Chinese government, none of this happens without the okay of the Chinese government. None of the things here. This is insane. They're not our friend. They're our enemy. Let's see. Not to mention, they took 2 Canadians, the 2 Michaels, as political prisoners during the Wawa case. China is not our friend. Anyway, let's see. Oh, yeah, by the way, right now there's a China travel warning in Canada. So while Mark Carney's over signing this thing, on the Government of Canada website, right now, here's January 12th, China travel advice. Exercise a high degree of caution. I don't think they have that in like Japan or South Korea, do they? Probably not. China, though, Carney seems obsessed with China for some reason. You know, the country that gave him a $250 million loan to Brookfield, while he was still obviously with Brookfield. The country that he went to before 5 months before he became prime minister, and went and got a $250 million loan for Brookfield from a Chinese state bank. That country. Let's see. What does that Trump think about this, by the way? Let's take a quick look.
Carney is in China. Prime Minister Carney is in China. How do you see the deals Canada and China have just signed, trade deals between the 2 partners?
Well, that's okay. That's what he should be doing. I mean, it's a good thing for him to sign a trade deal. If you can get a deal with China, you should do that.
Mr. President.
Pretty clearly with his national security strategy, this kind of neo-Monroe doctrine, he's not going to be happy with this. He's not going to be happy with more Chinese tendrils in Canada. But of course, he's going to say this because it takes any potential power or leverage away from Carney by saying that. So that's what's happening there. Let's keep going here. So here's Carney himself announcing that Canadian law enforcement agencies will increase cooperation with the CCP to, again, better facilitate. Did he mean facilitate narcotics trafficking? Let's take a look.
The 4th pillar of our new strategic partnership is public safety and security. And this is an area where pragmatic and constructive engagement with China is crucial. Through this pillar, our law enforcement agencies will increase cooperation to better combat narcotics trafficking, transnational crime, cybercrime, synthetic drugs, and money laundering. And we will create safer communities for people in both our countries. The fourth pillar.
China is a totalitarian state. Whatever organized crime exists there exists at the leisure of the Chinese Communist Party because they're useful to them. Let's see. From Pierre Poilievre, Prime Minister Carney must explain how he has gone from saying that China was Canada's biggest security threat before the election to announcing a strategic partnership with Beijing after the election. His agreement will allow 50,000 EVs onto our streets, jeopardizing our security and auto jobs. This follows him breaking his promise to negotiate a win and get a deal with the U.S. by last July. Despite giving $1 billion taxpayer loan to Beijing to build our ships, that's right, he's building the ferries for BC. That's right, China's building the ferries for BC. I forgot about that one. There is no guarantee that tariffs on canola and other Canadian goods will be permanently, immediately, or completely eliminated. Meanwhile, Canadian pork farmers still will keep paying the 25% tariff. So, yes, Carney, during the election, said that China was the biggest national security threat to Canada. I guess he doesn't care anymore. Let's not forget, China's been interfering in at least the last 3 Canadian elections. They interfered even in the Liberal leadership race to Mark Carney's benefit. Why do they like him? Well, I guess we're finding out. Let's see. From Northern perspective here, Mark Carney warned Canadians about China during the election, but now let's take a look.
They also signed a letter of intent for cooperation between Destination Canada, and Chinese or China Media Group.
Okay. What drives me nuts is how unthorough, if that's even a word, the legacy media has become.
Yeah, like, do we need more Chinese media? Do we need cooperation with Chinese media in Canada more already? It's the Chinese language media in Canada is just a CCP mouthpiece, right? It's just there to try and get Canadians to vote for the Liberal Party. We know this. We know this from the last 3 elections. Do we need more? Well, it's obvious why Mark Carney would like that. It benefits him. I've been saying Mark Carney is not interested in the welfare of the Canadian people. He's interested in himself. Let's see. What's this? Brookfield from Mario Zelaya here. Brookfield owns Clarios, does $10 billion plus a year, making batteries for EVs in China. In China. And now we're going to be importing a bunch of Chinese EVs. 50,000 to start, but it goes up every year after that. Do you think Carney will remove the tariffs on Chinese EVs so they can be sold in Canada? Well, this was the 14th. I guess this was right before he did. So nice work there, Mario. Let's see. Oh, this is the coup de grace here. This is the cherry on top from Liz Churchill posted this clip from Juno News. So what is Mark Carney going to say here? Let's take a look. Actually, let's make that a little bigger. I wonder if he's going to say anything. I wonder if Mark Carney is going to say anything that's horrifyingly globalist in this.
We're heartened by the leadership of President Xi Jinping and the speed with which our relationship has progressed in recent months. This sets the stage for these important discussions on a wide range of issues where we can be strategic partners, from energy to agriculture, to people ties, to multilateralism, to issues on security. And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
Hold on.
We're hardened.
Hold on 1 second. What the hell did he just say?
World order. And the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
Hold on. I thought that was like some kind of far-right conspiracy theory. That's what the media tells us. Apparently not. Apparently it's a real thing. And Mark Carney's all for it. The New World Order strategic partner with China, multilateralism. I guess that we're partnering up with China, of all countries. What the hell is happening here? This is insane. They interfere in our elections, right? They kidnap Canadians to hold as political prisoners. They flood the country with drugs. What the hell? What the hell is happening here? What has happened to Canada? This is Mark Carney. He sees, well, let me put it this way. Mark Carney looks to the south, and there's no net zero stuff going on, not with Trump. Trump is not helping out with his net zero financial framework around the world, right? China, though, China makes a lot of promises. They make a lot of like crappy solar panels and wind turbines, and they're big on the carbon credits. So he looks at China and thinks, well, this will promote my goals, my personal goals. Again, he's been like the global point man for net zero finance because there's a lot of money to be made in it. Just you can hear him say it himself. Carney has said that himself before he was prime minister. A lot of money to be made on this stuff. UN climate finance envoy, GFANS, the global banking, the global net zero banking alliance. This is all for Carney's personal goals. He is literally willing to burn the country to the ground for his personal goals. He's been the global net zero finance guy. He's been the point man for it. Let's not forget that his global banking finance, his global net zero banking alliance had fallen apart before he decided to run to become the Prime Minister of Canada. It had fallen apart, including the Canadian banks. I wonder if Mark Carney saw his grand plans falling to pieces around him and in his humiliation decided in desperation, I'll just become leader of Canada and I'll set things to right using Canadians' money. It's all total madness. Total madness. So here we are. Here he is talking about who's the biggest security threat to Canada.
Mr. Carney? Well, we're in a security section. I think we didn't have a chance to talk about anything internationally. I think the biggest security threat to Canada is China.
China, you say?
Yeah.
Mr. Singh?
Biggest security.
Mr. Carney?
Well, we're in a...
So he just said that because he knows most Canadians agree with it. And they do. So he just said that to get elected during the election. But of course not. He's met Xi many times in the past. This is not the first time he's meeting him. New World Order. All right. Here's another liberal candidate with ties to Beijing. So there's lots of this stuff. The ties are very deep. They interfere in our elections to the benefit of liberals every election. And we know why. We know why. It certainly paid off with Carney. Paying off with Carney big time. All right. Let's see. We did the travel advisory. We did the share of the trade. We did that. Oh, yeah. Candlelight. Amnesty International at the University of Toronto. The detention of the two Michaels. A story on China's human rights abuses. Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor This is from 2022, by the way. Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, known as the two Michaels, returned to Canada after spending over 1,000 days detained in China. Their collective story is a harrowing example of China's human rights violations and willingness to use people as a means for geopolitical gain. Now they are home and present in the minds of Canadians and others. It is essential to report their treatment while in China accurately. So, let's see. February 2023, CSIS concluded that the Chinese government interfered in the 2019 and 2021 elections. In May 2024, an official probe by Parliament's Foreign Interference Commission found that China interfered in both elections, and they did the last one too. And in the Liberal leadership campaign, the U.S. doesn't do this stuff. I know that Trump derangement syndrome is rampant in Canada. There are even smooth-brained people who think that Trump is going to militarily invade Canada, which is totally insane. But the U.S. doesn't do this. It doesn't actually do this stuff. Carney is talking about strategic partnerships. This is just lunacy. The only person I can imagine that benefiting is Mark Carney himself. Let's see this here. This was 13 hours ago. So this was posted by Bruce McGonigal.
Part of this agreement, and it takes a few years to build this, a couple of years to build this, that increasing portion of those exports will be in a new segment of the Canadian market. In other words, electric vehicles that cost less than $35,000 at the landed price. So there's huge opportunity here to get more affordable cars in the electric vehicle market for Canada.
Going up by 6.5% every year after.
Yeah, but you bring that, you compound that growth, and you're getting to about 70,000 vehicles at year 5, although the agreement has it reviewed after year 3. Part of this agreement, and it takes a few years to build.
Yeah, so it's going up. It starts at 49,000, then it goes up to 70,000. It goes up every year afterwards. So, yeah, this is obviously not going to be good for the Canadian auto industry. And again, they just mass produce these cheap pieces of garbage that will lock you in and incinerate you when they light themselves on fire. Look at these. Look at this. China's abandoned, obsolete electric cars are piling up in cities. Look at this. They're just everywhere. You want to I guess they will be cheap, right? They'll probably sell you these. This will probably be your shiny new Chinese electric car. One of these things. Again, they'll just pull the weeds out of them, give them a wash, and off they go. And just hope the doors don't lock you in when the thing sets itself on fire. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is because they're subsidized. The car companies are just paid to pump these things out. That's going to be great for the auto industry in Canada. An EV customer in China was trying to buy a BYD luxury brand Denza car. The sales rep let him have a test drive. The rep even asked the customer to use the car's auto driving feature. Uh-oh, don't do that.
哦，不会，不会，你别动。我不动啊，不动，还不动啊？不动。不好意思，不好意思，我在试它的智能驾驶，它自己不刹。
I don't know what's going on with that.
这边是辆车。
Oh, hold on. I think we missed the part where here we go. Yeah.
你不是说不用踩刹车吗？
I don't know what he was saying before that part. I think it was something about how the car was really heating up inside. And the door wouldn't open. All right. So, yeah, I'm convinced that I've seen enough. Mark Carney is not interested in the well-being of Canadians. Mark Carney is interested in the well-being of Mark Carney after he leaves office. That's what I think. All right. So let's get rid of a few of these things. Let's get rid of some of these tabs. We don't need them anymore. We're not going to go back to that. Let's see. All right. And actually, get rid of this one too. We don't need that. All right. Let's go back to the chat for a minute. What is going on? By the way, if you are watching on YouTube, new YouTube channel, a second channel, you're watching Radio Baloney right now. It's for live streams, Canadian news only now. From now on, all the world news, UK news, meme reviews, all that stuff, woke mind virus stuff, all on Radio Baloney News. Please go and subscribe over there. The algorithm hates us all, actually, and will not show you my new channel. So you're going to have to go find it yourself. It's a featured channel on the homepage of this channel. Go there and subscribe to this channel immediately and make a purple-haired gremlin cry, because they do. It's not hard to make them cry. I'm sure they will. At least one of them. All right. So let's see. Let's get to the chat. We're at 1 hour and 22 already in. Wow. Let's see. You know what I'm doing? I'm doing this new thing with Princess Baloney where we're doing like intermittent fasting. So I ate at like 6 o'clock and then I can't eat again for 16 hours. So I can eat something at 10. So no snacks tonight after I'm done the stream. I'm usually kind of hungry after I'm done the stream. It might be a tough one. But yeah, I just got to drink like tea and stuff. And I can't eat any food. Definitely no chips, no chocolate bars or hamburgers. And then just until 10 in the morning. So I got to go 16 hours. And I'm just going to do that every day. We're going to do this every day. It shouldn't be too tough. Just requires a little bit of willpower. Anyway, apparently it works. It does good stuff for you. I need to lose a few pounds, folks. I tried indoor rock climbing on my trip and did not go well. It's a thin man's game. It turns out that rock climbing thing. It's a thin man's game. So in any case, yeah, I want to try it again, but I got to lose some pounds. All right, let's see. Blah, blah, blah. All right. As he says, we love your organization skills. That's why we're all here. Let's see. As he says, when do we charge the liberals with being foreign agents infiltrating our elections? Well, there's a reason why nothing has been done. They set up the commissions for foreign interference and nothing gets done. You never hear anything again. It's because it benefits liberals. China is trying to help. China is not trying. They are helping the liberals win. In each election now, even in the liberal leadership race, they interfered to benefit Carney. We all know why. It's just gross. Let's see. Spambot says, what is on screen is going to help more Alberta and Saskatchewan folks vote to leave Canada. Thing is that Mark Carney, so getting at least a temporary withdrawal of those tariffs is going to help the prairies for as long as that lasts, maybe till the end of the year or something, right? I mean, China's done this before. It's not going to be the last time. It's not the first time. It's not going to be the last that they've, suspended Canadian products, that sort of thing. It's happened multiple times over the last 10 years. But it doesn't really matter because he's so unpopular. Liberals are so unpopular in the prairies. It doesn't really matter what he does. Now, it could affect him in Ontario if there's a spring election. This could affect him in Ontario because Doug Ford is not happy. And he's popular in Ontario. So, I don't know. Trudeau Survivor says, is the hot tub bromance over? No more weekend trips to the cabin in the wood for Carney and Ford? Well, I wouldn't be surprised if, look, if nobody's been a bigger booster for Carney than Ford, the so-called conservative Ford. But yeah, I can say, Ford's got no choice in this, right? It's going to be very bad for the Ontario auto industry. Let's see. Izzy says, I'm sure China has a live feed of you being locked in your car while burning to death. I'm sure that they do. They probably laugh hysterically. They probably got a button they push, right? And it just like sets your car on fire and locks the doors. Levada says, Ford, you wanted this. He did. Nobody was a bigger booster of Mark Carney than Doug Ford. He was his number one fan. Oh, gee whiz. Nobody knows more about economics than Mark Carney. Gee whiz. He's so smart. Ugh, it was gross. No, he will never be forgiven for that, for all that nonsense during the election. Steve Tollison asks, how is Carney a big green enthusiast when China is all in on coal electric plants? They're big into the carbon credit financial system, and that's where he's going to make a lot of money. Don't forget, he was I think chairman of Stripe. He's very connected financially to all of that whole framework. So he just sees money for himself. Let's see. Rosie says, I am here for number 1, organizational skills, 2, humor, 3, chat, 4, news and commentary, 5, damn it, Rosie. Steve says, I'm here for the chat videos. The rest is fun too. Let's see. Well, you know what? I think that the news stuff, especially Canadian news, is just kind of an inconvenience for you guys. But I'm glad you hang around for it. I appreciate it because I feel like I feel compelled to tell these stories because I guess just to document the decline of our civilization, I guess. Rosie says, I am still amazed Richie continues to gather a group who halfway listens, frequently corrects him, rarely apologizes when corrections were wrong, and complains if anything but noodles is on. We're all amazed. Spambot says, Mark Carney does not care about Canada. It's true. Let's see. Nevada simply wants Greenland. He simply wants Greenland one day with noodles on top. Well, if you become emperor of Greenland, you'll have considerable resources. I mean, it's not that much resources, really, like a bunch of fish, I guess, but you could sell them and probably still be more than like the average person makes. You could buy a ticket. You could, offer to set up a noodle stand for her in Greenland. Let's see. JDL, how you doing? Hope you're feeling well and recovering. Let's see. Izzy says, I want Alberta independence. A lot of people do. Let's see. You just might get it with Carney. With Carney, I mean, Carney's the best thing that ever happened to Alberta independence, the Alberta independence movement. JDL makes a great point here. Says, hit the like button, hit that like button, get your free good karma in these troubled times. Can you afford to turn your back on some good karma? And you can get it just simply by pressing the like button. Come on, folks. Let's get on the trolley. All right. Let's see. Steve says, I paid $2.78 a gallon in Nevada, but almost $4 in California 2 days ago. Ridiculous. Well, it's all those taxes. It's all that socialism. Let's see. All right, I'm going to skip down the chat a little bit. Brian Watson, how you doing? Brian Watson says, at least we won the case against the convoy government, was ruled. Yes, the Emergencies Act was ruled unconstitutional. I was going to cover it tonight, but I thought I had too much on the plate, so we're going to cover that on Sunday. But yeah, so there was initially a ruling, a federal federal judge ruled it unconstitutional. The Trudeau government, of course, appealed that, and their appeal has been thrown out. So yes, what they did was unconstitutional. So the freezing of the bank accounts, all of it was unconstitutional. Let's see. But we'll cover that on Sunday, I think. Trudeau Survivor says Carney was reading from paper. Did he write New World Order? Did someone else write it? No, Carney is like he's running the show in his government. Was he forced to say it as a wink and nod to his handlers? No. I think Carney's running the government. I think he's rubbing a lot of his ministers the wrong way because he's running it like the board of a company, right? They don't really like that. I mean, his intent, he's probably fairly efficient in some ways. It's just that all of his intentions are terrible. So nothing works out well. But no, those are his words, right? New World Order. New World Order. It's unbelievable that he said that. Shocking. And he says that in China, as if because who's going to be the leader of that world order? It's not going to be Canada. It would be China. The New World Order. He's obviously not talking about the United States. It's unbelievable. Radio streamer, good to see you. What the hell happened to Radio Streamer? Sorry I'm late. Was filling my shed heater with diesel when transfer pump decided to dismantle itself and spray my face. Then half blind, took off my shirt to wipe eyes and disconnect the battery charger. Yikes. Just stay out of the shed, Radio Streamer. Honestly, this isn't good for you. JDL says, I've made $0 from climate Scientology.
I ain't got a good brain.
I hit the wrong one. I was trying to hit this one. That one is when I can't talk. The other one is when I can't talk. So when I'm trying to express something, like here, I'll try and read something. Like Radio Streamer says, then had to find outside my blah, 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 and then I can't talk. I go like this.
I ain't got a good brain.
I'm sorry, I pressed the wrong one. But yeah. JDL says, I've made $0 from climate Scientology. There we go. I fixed it. It's all better now. Let's see. Radio Streamer. So the story continues. Then had to find my outside faucet and wash my eyes to make sure my shed did not burn down. LOL. Fun times. Maybe you should just let the shed burn down. I'm thinking at this point. Are you okay? He says he still smells of diesel. Other than that, he will live. Okay. Well, that's a relief. Be more careful in the future. All right. Let's see. Rosie says, seeing him say NWO was creepy, chilling, evil. You're right, Richie. He is part of the evil. Yes. Yes, he is. It couldn't be any more obvious. All right. All right. I got to skip down a little bit more. There's a lot of chat. A lot of chat. Let's see. Raider Sherber says, I've been covered in both. So gas and what? But diesel, maybe? And I can tell you that gasoline will really mess you up, especially if you huff it. Don't do that. Steve says, no, I really like the Canadian news. Very informative, and it confirms you guys are all crazy out there. Well, Canada is a cautionary tale, right? So for my American viewers, it's a cautionary tale for you. It's like, don't do this. Don't be Canada. This is how bad it can get. Stay vigilant. All right. Dame Pam, how you doing? Dame Pam says the WEF, World Economic Forum, will no doubt be the leaders of that new world order. Yes, it's all the same thing, right? And they're going up, they're going in like a couple of weeks or a month or something. They're all meeting up in Davos again. Carney's going to be there. This is where all the like-minded leaders go, and they discuss their evil plans for the planet. Let's see. Data Monkeys asks, is the defund the CBC I've been seeing a real thing? It is. It was a big thing during the election, before the election. It's been going on for a while now, And it's something we're all eagerly looking forward to. If, let's just say when Pierre Poilievre wins the next election, his feet will be held to the fire to make sure that he defunds the CBC. This keeps popping up on my socials. It's been around for years now. All right. What do we got next? So let's check this out. Western Lensman posted this. He says, last night, Tim Walz said he wanted cell phone video to bank evidence for future prosecutions. Well, there is lots of video, but it's not the kind that he wants, I don't think. Well, let's take a look. So what's this?
These against Minnesotans.
Hold on. Oh, this is all one part. Okay. Let's watch.
Take out that phone and hit record. Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans, not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecutions.
I mean, you can't make it up. To bank evidence for future prosecution. Well, the guy with the face tattoo, where is he? Where is he in this video? They're already arresting these guys, and they're going to be prosecuting them. Look, they've got like arrest warrants and stuff. Sensitive information. Yeah, there's going to be arrests. Let's watch it one more time.
Take out that phone and hit record. Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans, not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecutions. Take out that.
Yeah, that didn't go the way he hoped. Atrocities, by the way, atrocities. Tim Walz, communist Tim Walz, handing out Mao's little red book to his students, Tim Walz. Atrocities. What? A woman ran into an ICE agent with her car. He suffered internal bleeding. Okay. And she was shot. And what do you think is going to happen? By the way, hitting the ICE agent was the second felony she committed that day. What? Atrocities? That's not an atrocity. Okay, let's fuck around and find out. Don't ever use your car as a weapon or any weapon against law enforcement, because you know what's going to happen unless you're an idiot. Atrocities? What? 70% of the people that ICE is getting have committed a crime, and usually a violent crime, beyond the original crime of breaking into the country illegally. The other 30% are guilty of being in the country illegally. These aren't atrocities. These are just normal things. Like immigration law, immigration enforcement is normal. Countries do this. These aren't atrocities. There's no concentration camps. They're not going out with machine guns and mowing everybody down. Atrocities? I tell you what, there is no low that these communists won't sink to. And Tim Walz is a commie. His wedding anniversary is intentionally the anniversary of Tiananmen Square. He's a commie. Tim Walz. Drooping the communist. Brr, I'm Tim Walz. Brr, I hate being white. Brr, I'm a communist. He's got to be the most pathetic man in politics in the Western world. Awful. Just awful. I mean, here we go. So, yeah. You wanted footage. Let's get a look. And this was footage from Nick Sortor.
Almost there.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
Oh, my.
So they wanted prosecutions. Well, face tattoo guy, he's getting prosecuted. So you must be happy, Tim Walz. They got him. In fact, hold on one second. Let's just make sure that I've got the picture, because let's see. into. Hold on one second. There we go. So Tim Walz wanted prosecutions, and he's getting them. Here we go. There's face tattoo guy. Face tattoo guy. Thank God people were taking cell phone video, huh? Yeah, this isn't what Tim Walz was talking about. Ugh. Tim Walz is just grotesque. Let's see. No, not that evidence. When will Tim be condemning this incident and announcing his zeal for prosecutions? Never. Let's see. Don't think this is the kind of video Timmy had in mind. No, it's not. Says, this is why ICE is in your cities. You sat silent for 4 years while millions of illegal immigrants poured into America. And now Trump is fixing it. He was elected to fix it. That is just the cold, hard facts. Communist Tim Walz. Droopy the communist Tim Walz. All right. And let me show you this. Fox News. Carolyn Levitt, I mean, she's badass. It's so refreshing to see this. And it's so refreshing from the Trump administration, just their lack of apologetics. They're not apologizing. They know what they were elected to do, and they're doing it. And here you have, of course, a mainstream media journalist here, a leftist journalist, a propaganda merchant. Let's take a look.
Earlier, you were just defending ICE agents generally, and earlier on, Secretary Noem spoke to the media, and she said, among other things, that they are doing everything correctly. 32 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE, and Renee Good was shot in the head and killed by an ICE agent.
By the way, those numbers are tiny considering how many people they're dealing with, right? I mean, it's, 600,000 that they've deported already? So those are very small numbers. And U.S. citizens that are detained are let go again, right? They're let go again. They have to show documents. But it's a tiny amount of people, right? ICE has an enormous job ahead of them, an almost impossible job ahead of them, okay? So that's going to happen. What's the solution? I guess just open borders forever, just infinite people forever. I guess that's the solution. That's all you can do. And Renee Good was shot ramming a police officer. And if you're going to do that, you should expect to be shot.
How does that equate to them doing everything correctly?
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Are you asking me my opinion? Because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed her unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist. And it's...
For one thing, we've seen the video. Like, it's an open and shut case. Acted recklessly. He was rammed with a car. He suffered internal bleeding. Acted recklessly. You see, he's not a journalist, he's an activist. They always reveal themselves. And they reveal themselves through their reporting, in fact. Well, let's continue.
So clear by the premise of your question. And you and the people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens in this country. And the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power to remove those heinous individuals and make our communities safer. And shame on people like you in the media who have a crooked view and have a...
It's such a great point. He's talking about 35 people shot by ICE? Well, they're going after rapists and murderers, cartel members, okay, dangerous people. And that's still a tiny, tiny percent, a tiny fraction of a percent. 175 people wrongly wrongly detained. But that's a tiny fraction of 1% of all the people that they're dealing with. But it doesn't apply to the people that were murdered, that have been murdered by illegal immigrants. For him, it doesn't. And that's how you see the bias there, right?
A biased view and pretend like you're a real honest journalist.
And it's a lot more people than 100. It's a lot more people than 35 that have been killed by illegal immigrants in the United States. But he doesn't care about those. So this is just good to see. There's no apologizing. I mean, they know that they're in the right, and they're acting as if they're in the right, and that is right. They're in the right. They are right. It's right what they're doing, and they're right to act as if what they're doing is right. These people, this guy will never be pleased. This guy will never calm down. He's as Trump deranged as any of them, which they all are. So what's the point? Just be righteous and act like it. All right. What do we got here? Look at this. Tommy Robinson posted this, although this is in the United States, and this isn't ICE, but it's just amazing. There's something going on, right? Tommy Robinson says, illegal immigrants clearly think they're above the law. Now, I don't know if she's illegal or not, but just listen to this performance. They've been given this mentality by the left who treats them as victims rather than criminals. She was given very polite instructions, then screams like a banshee when the inevitable happens. Whether this woman is illegal or not, this is a mentality that she's been taught by media, by activists, by TikTok, and it's really just unbelievable. And just watch how patient these police are. Let's take a look.
I'm not doing anything.
Ma'am.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything, sir.
Ma'am.
I'm not doing anything, sir.
I've already told you.
I'm not doing anything.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
I need you to unlock the door.
Okay, we already
Roll
spoke
down
about
the
this,
window.
sir. I'm not doing anything to y'all.
Unlock the door.
I'm not doing.
Roll down
They
the window.
wanna
Yes.
break the windows. And this tow truck over here came over here too. I don't even know.
Just unlock the door and step
Sir,
out.
I'm not gonna do it because
It's really shocking. Like, with her accent, obviously she wasn't born in the United States. She's definitely an immigrant, whether illegal or not. Why would you think this would be acceptable? Why do you think this would be okay? They're just going to say, oh, well, she says she didn't do anything wrong, so I guess she can go. I guess you're right. That's not going to happen. Why would you think that it would? She's obviously been taught to think this.
Unlock the
I'm
door
not doing
and
nothing
step
to
out.
y'all.
Yes, you are at this time.
I told you. No, I'm not.
You are not listening.
It's not about
I already told you.
No, sir, it's not that. I'm not doing anything to
Yes,
y'all.
you are.
No, I'm not.
You are not listening to me.
I am, sir.
You're not free to go. You're not free to drive away.
Okay, I understand that,
You're
sir.
obstructing it. The car has to be towed.
No,
So
it
you need to
doesn't.
step
No,
out.
I no, it doesn't, sir.
Yes,
Like, I'm
your
not
hazard-
The problem is that leftists look at this and just are horrified. That poor woman. We watch it, we think that is a delusional halfwit. But leftists will watch it and go, oh my God, that poor woman, because it's all based on emotions for them. She's screaming and she's being terrified by these horrible police. Like, watching this whole thing, seeing how calm and reasonable these guys are before they finally have to break the window, will do nothing. They don't even notice it, right? It's just they must be bad. She's upset. She's got an accent, so she must be a good, virtuous person. And that's it. That's as far as it goes for them. You would think that anybody watching this would go, oh, for God's sakes, just get out of the damn car. Oh, they would feel sorry for the cops, right? No, they don't. It's an alien viewpoint. Let's see. What's this? Enjoy an ice cold glass of deportation. I mean, if she is illegal, like, why would you want her in your country? Just a lunatic, just this like crazy, just this freak. Why would you want them in your country? Here we go. So here's ICE verbally sparring with a protester, and they're such. They show off. They can't help but display their elitism, and their snobbery, because they really look down on law enforcement. They think they all make like $30,000 a year. Check this out. Just the smugness.
I don't care what they told you. If you guys get in my way, I will arrest you.
Sir, we're just observing. Please calm down.
You can observe all you want.
I am observing. Do you see me in the way? I am bad.
You had anger issues as a kid, didn't you? Were your parents present? You should be ashamed of yourself, man.
Do you know where you couldn't do this? You couldn't talk to him that way? Whatever country that guy came from.
He is.
I love my job. Thank you.
You love your job?
I can't believe I get paid for this.
Really?
I do this for free.
Really, I get $200K. I'm a physician assistant.
How long did you go to school for that?
Over 7 years.
I went to high school. And I make $200K.
People regard me as someone valuable in society. What about you? Is yours expertise?
See, people regard me as somebody valuable to society. So she tried the 200,000. She tried the money shaming thing, right? The wage shaming thing. Didn't work out. By the way, with overtime bonuses, they can make $200,000. So he's not lying. But she tried that, and then I'm a valuable person to society. It's just this self-righteousness and this snobbery, right? They really are snobs. They really do. They hate the working class, by the way. They hate any working class person, right? They're assuming this guy is making a quarter of what she's assuming this guy's making a quarter of what she is, right? She didn't win that battle, so then she has to go to the moral thing. Well, she's a good person, he's a bad person. She's got social value, he doesn't. This is why everything they do goes onto their social media, by the way, because it's all about social value, social currency, virtue signaling. Just gross. Anyway, good for this guy. What did he say? Protester said, I get 200,000. I'm a physician assistant. ICE agent, how long did you have to go to school? Protester said 7 years. ICE, I only went to high school and I make 200,000. So he's better off than her because he's not paying 7 years. How much is that in student loans that she'll still be paying off if she's paying them off? Probably waiting for a Democrat to get back in to cancel them. Just awful people. Gross people. Yeah, the ICE agent who fatally shot Renee Good last week in Minneapolis, Jonathan Ross, suffered internal bleeding to the torso following the incident, according to 2 U.S. officials briefed on his medical condition. That's CBS News. So things on video aren't real life. So you can watch a video and say, well, he didn't get hit hard, but it's a big car. I wonder if it feels different if it's you that's getting hit by the car. Maybe it's different on video than it is in real life. Let's see. All right. Let's go back to the chat for a minute. Let's see. By the way, anybody on YouTube, second channel now, Radio Baloney News, please subscribe to it. Algorithm isn't helping me out. It's up to you guys. Make a purple head gremlin cry today. Let's see. What are we? You're almost 2 hours in already. Wow. Okay, it might be a long one tonight, folks. Let's see. What do we got? I think talking about Levitt here, the White House press secretary. Attractive, this is from Radio Streamer. Attractive, intelligent, and good at her job. So much better than the Temu Chucky doll. That used to be there. Karine Jean-Pierre. Ugh. She was genuine. She was genuinely terrible. Oh, you're talking about the one before the Black Lives Matter. Oh, the one that went to MSNBC. Yeah, what was her name? I can't even remember her name. They were both awful. Let's see. Let's see. Brian Watson says Canadian news is brutal. They lie, gaslight, make liberal government look like they're doing great, then never report the truth. Well, it's their meal ticket, right? And they're all liberals anyway. They don't even really need to be bribed by Carney to do it. They're not. They're not working with the expectation of being journalists and being objective. They are activists. They know their job. Their job is to be activists. Radio Streamer says, I don't care if they're brainwashed. If a person that is brainwashed threatened me or my family, such as a crowd surrounding my vehicle, they will be speed bumps. Well, here's the thing about angry mobs. They turn violent, right? So, yeah, I think if, somebody's just trying to get home and they're surrounded by a bunch of lunatics, far left lunatics, yeah, I'm sorry. You should have done that, I guess. Streamer, if you had just complied, it's always not complying, and then they complain afterwards. Dame Pam says she sounds like a squealing pig. The woman in the car, yeah. It just, I mean, she was trained to be that, though, is the thing. Izzy says, that poor police officer, I know. So frustrating. It must be really difficult for them because you know that they want to beat them. They want to beat them, but they can't. There's that body cam now and stuff. They just can't, but they'd love to. Let's see. Radio Streamer says someone needs to market a laxative under the brand name Deportation and put that picture on the box. Let's see. Connect Six Stringer says, I love the precise cut of the green. It is nice. It's lovely. Lovely. Steve Tollison says, her name is Circle Back. Was that Corinne Jean Pierre or the other one, the redhead, the Chucky doll one? I can't remember. All right. I'm going to take a look at some more ads. Maybe we'll do another ad, huh? I don't know. Let's see. What do we got? Have we got anything beautiful ads here to read? Let's read a Rumble Wallet ad. Let's do that. Let's go for it. Let's just go for it. All right. They can cancel your accounts, freeze your cards. That's like the Canadian government. Decide what you're allowed to buy, say, or support. Big banks and financial institutions have total control, and they use it. That's why financial independence matters more now than ever. Introducing Rumble Wallet, a non-custodial wallet built for real freedom. With Rumble Wallet, you control your money. Not a bank, not a government, not a tech company. Buy digital assets like Tether, Tether Gold, and Bitcoin in one place. No permission, no middleman, no cancel button. I hope no communism. And when you want to support the creators you actually believe in, you can use the Rumble Wallet app to directly tip content creators fast and without interference. This isn't a credit line they can shut off. It's your wallet permanently. Yours to protect your future, yours to protect your family. When the system fails, when institutions turn on their own people like a bunch of filthy, dirty commies, financial sovereignty is the difference between security and vulnerability. Rumble Wallet isn't about politics. It's about freedom, ownership, and protecting what's yours, and maybe even anti-communism. So take control today. Download Rumble Wallet now and step away from the big banks for good. True ownership, true protection, true financial freedom. There we go. Jen Psaki, thank you, radio streamer. Jen Psaki, the Chucky lady. How could I forget that horrid train wreck of a person? She went straight to MSNBC as well. Mickey, how you doing? Good to see ya. All right. Well, shall we get back to it? Let's do it. Venezuela. So Daily Wire posted this. A reporter's asking Trump here, why did you align with Delcy Rodriguez and not Mercado? Why did you align with Rodriguez and not Mercado? Okay. So what is Trump going to say here? And he makes a really, really good point, actually. Trump makes a really, really good point here. One that I hadn't actually considered, though it's actually fairly obvious once you hear it. Let's listen.
Why align with Delcy Rodriguez and the remnants of the Maduro regime and not with Machado, who has the support of the Venezuelan people?
Well, if you ever remember a place called Iraq where everybody was fired, every single person, the police, the generals, everybody was fired, and they ended up being ISIS. Instead of just getting down to business, they ended up being ISIS. So I remember that. But I'll tell you, I had a great meeting yesterday by a person who I have a lot of respect for, and she has respect, obviously, for me and our country. And she gave me her Nobel Prize. But I'll tell you what, I got to know her. I never met her before, and I was very, very impressed. She's this is a fine woman.
Why align with Delcy Rodriguez and the remnants of the Maduro regime and not with Machado?
And the remnants of the Maduro regime. That's the important part there. And the remnants of the Maduro regime. And yeah, it's actually fairly obvious when Trump says it. Remember Iraq, what happened? Right? Where they just dismantled every institution and fired everybody, and it just ended up turning into ISIS. That's a really great point. And that's a great insight there. And it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? You know, and they say that it's still shocking to me that Trump is portrayed as this man totally lacking in insight and totally unlearned and as if he's just some sort of idiot who's just fumbling his way through, some sort of like rude Chauncey Gardner character for being there. No, I mean, obviously the man is very intelligent, very insightful. He does think long term. Clearly, he would never have become president again if he weren't thinking long term. And yeah, this is called wisdom. This is called wisdom. He's remembering what happened in Iraq. He doesn't want that kind of chaos in Venezuela. It seems pretty smart, doesn't it? Is there some risk that goes along with that as well? I suppose so, but it seems less. This is just pragmatism. Pragmatism seems to be something the mainstream media and leftist politicians seem to be allergic to anything pragmatic, anything that's just common sense. So obviously they won't like it because this does actually make a great deal of sense. Let's see. President Trump is always one step ahead. Never underestimate this man. It's not like everything he does pans out. I think that with the tariffs, while overall, I think that, yeah, I mean, I think that he knows what he's doing with that strategy, but I think the way it was unfurled, I think the way it was unfurled, especially with Canada, was counterproductive. But yeah, never underestimate him. Let's see. Trump aligned with the internal processes of Venezuela, but he still controls the puppet strings to ensure they comply and that the next election will be fair. Yeah, that's what they should have done in Iraq. Obviously, it was disastrous what they did. Trump's doing the opposite of that. Bobby Boucher says, I voted for exactly this. All right. There's another one down here, which I think, let's see. What's this one here? Cochise, because Rodriguez helped us get Maduro. That's how the CIA works. Help us get Maduro, and we'll hand you Venezuela on a silver platter. In return, we get their oil. It's more than just about oil, though. You have to remember that Trump's national security strategy, that kind of neo-Monroe doctrine, right? It's about It's about influence. It's about the Western Hemisphere is under American influence. That's what it's about. It's about Venezuela not being a playground for Iran and China and Russia anymore. It's not just about oil. All right, so let's move on. All right, we've already seen that. We can move on. What's going on here? So CBC Watcher posted this clip here from CTV with Vasi Kapelos and Gregor Robertson from the Carney cabinet. Now, I've been saying the entire time since this memorandum of understanding between Carney and Danielle Smith in Alberta was signed that it's just a trick. It's a trick to try and convince Canadians that Mark Carney is some kind of a moderate who maybe he really does want pipelines. Maybe he is kind of moderate. This is for the next election. Looks like possibly in the spring, but it's a trick. There's poison pills in it where people like him, where there's poison pills in it where, coastal First Nations, every Indian band in British Columbia will have to give their consent. David Eby would have to as well. These are poison pills that are going to kill it. Nobody's going to invest when they know that 2 years, 3 years, 4 years down the road, the whole thing's just going to fall apart anyway. But let's hear this. So, Housing and Infrastructure Minister Gregor Robertson. He's the guy who, by the way, wrecked the real estate market in Vancouver.
I wanted to ask you, Minister, about a meeting that you attended earlier this week in your home province with Coastal First Nations alongside the Prime Minister. Representatives from those First Nations spoke to reporters after the meeting and said that they maintain their opposition to any new pipeline supported by the MOU that your government signed with the provincial government in Alberta. Is that your understanding of the position after taking that meeting?
Certainly, the Coastal First Nations leaders were very clear on their position, and they were also very convincing in terms of the economic development that they support, that they've already built a very successful economy on the coast of BC. It's heavily focused on fisheries, tourism, that are reliant on having a healthy ocean, and so I think they're standing up for the economy that they have built on the coast of BC. There, they are also very supportive of the LNG projects that are coming forward at the Major Projects Office, as well as the critical minerals and the North Coast Transmission Line. So these are major investments that are advancing right now, real projects that are coming forward that are well supported by the Coastal First Nations, and they're saying this is a lot for us to take on. We have to look after our coast, and the Government of Canada has real commitments around marine protected areas, coastal protection, that we need to step up and accelerate to make sure, as these major projects that are advancing right now, as they roll out, that we're doing the work to protect our coast and to make sure that the communities really benefit from them.
In their view, from what I understand, that they have conveyed, publicly, one of the key elements of that coastal protection is the tanker ban. Do you support an exemption under the tanker ban as spelled out in the MOU your government signed?
At this point, the tanker ban stands, and at this point, the focus for us is on making sure that all of the work happening through the Major Projects Office right now, which involves a significant amount of shipping that will impact the coast of BC, we have to make sure that we are managing that very carefully and make sure that we can create this economic opportunity with LNG, with critical minerals, and making sure we're looking after the coast. So that's first and foremost.
Yeah, look, Carney didn't change his mind since he published his book Values in 2022, in which he details his opposition to expanding the energy sector in Canada. He hasn't changed his mind since then. This whole MOU was just to trick Canadians again into thinking he's some sort of a moderate. By the way, Coastal First Nations is not like an Indian band. It's an NGO that was set up by Tides Foundation, that's Soros, Sierra Club, Greenpeace, funded by American billionaires. Okay, and you have representatives from 8 indigenous bands on the board of that. A lot of money is funneled into that. Okay, so this is not an actual Indian band. This is an NGO. So when he talks about coastal First Nations, that's what he's talking about. And it's named deceptively on purpose to trick Canadians. Let's actually continue just a little bit here.
The tanker ban is in place, and it will be obviously a significant change to do anything about that. We don't have a project in front of us that would put that on the front burner. So at this point, we're really focused on how we manage the growth that's already in front of us on the coast, and how we make sure that we're protecting that important coastline and the jobs attached to it.
Respectfully, Minister, though, I asked for your specific position. And to be totally transparent, I asked because I remember when you were mayor of Vancouver, your very distinct opposition to the construction of TMX. You may not have that pipeline in front of you, but your government, the cabinet you are a part of, has endorsed a memorandum of understanding with Alberta that, quote unquote, says Canada confirms that it will enable the export of bitumen from a strategic deep water port to Asian markets, including, if necessary, through an appropriate adjustment to the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act. Do you support that statement?
Well, certainly the commitment that's being made there is obviously hinging on the support of the First Nations and the support of the provinces affected, which in this case is BC. So meeting all those terms and
that means no pipelines, right? That's why it's in the MOU.
Conditions is what has to happen first. Actually, first there actually has to be a project and a proponent bringing forward a project with the appropriate financing. And that has not happened yet. So
yes, because they've learned their lesson dealing with the Canadian government, dealing with a liberal Canadian government. They're going to see this MOU and go, oh yeah, this is not happening. This is a waste. We're going to waste our money and our time.
So at this point, it's all speculation. I think it's important, really important for the Prime Minister and myself, Minister Tim Hodgson, to be in Prince Rupert to meet with the Coastal First Nations and make sure that those relationships are strong and we understand their perspective. We've got to make sure we're listening to community, to the province, and to see what comes forward if a project ever does come forward there.
I totally understand that point. I'm not sure, though, that the Prime Minister has used the word, or the document itself uses the word, that it hinges on the support of those First Nations or British Columbia. And again, I understand maybe you don't want to comment on something speculative, but the Memorandum of Understanding is a document your government wrote and endorsed. I am basing my question to you on what is explicitly outlined in that document, which is support for a potential exemption. Again, I'll put the question to you. Are you okay with that?
So I just say, Vashi,
this is all just a game. So this is to trick gullible moderate voters into thinking that this so-called new liberal government is moderate in any way, while winking to their base, saying, yeah, this is obviously not going to happen. You guys get that, right?
We have a constitutional obligation to work with First Nations. That's front and center here. And that's a big reason why that's the baseline here for the next steps related to all of the major projects and all of the economic development we're talking about here. We have a commitment to do that as a country now. And
yeah, Coastal First Nations, the NGO Coastal First Nations has hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay, they don't need a pipeline. They don't need it. Sure, the Indigenous people may need it because it might help. It might improve their lives, but Coastal First Nations doesn't. So yeah, it's not happening. It's all just a game. It's all just a game. Let's see. Yeah, Coastal First Nations President Marilyn Slett outlines Carney's promise to local Indigenous groups. You want to know if a pipeline's going to happen? Well, she'll tell you.
Hi, good afternoon. This morning, our Coastal First Nations communities invited the Prime Minister here. We wanted to reiterate that anytime there is a discussion about our territories, that we need to be in the room. And that it is very important to us that the Prime Minister see our territories and understand our concerns. And that is why our leadership invited him to sit and meet with us directly. So today we heard directly from the Prime Minister that his government will seek our free, prior, and informed consent regarding any proposed projects in our territories, and that we will co-develop a transparent process moving forward. We are looking forward to partnering with the federal government to help facilitate projects in our territories that support sustainable economic development and marine protection. We also made our positions very clear and reiterated those positions around our stance regarding the oil pipeline, and that has not changed. Coastal First Nations, along with Lax Kw'alaams and the Haisla Nation, oppose any project that proposed to bring oil tankers to the North Coast.
So there you go. Wonder why there's no investors right now? Wonder why? This is why, because they know they've been through this before. Okay, they're not going to waste their time and money. All right, let's see, do I have anything else here? All right, so there we go. I want to show you this. Are you wondering what the Liberal government spends your money on? Are you wondering? Oh, wonder no more. Wonder no more. This guy here. So let's see. This is posted by Amy Eileen Ham. She is the nurse who's been persecuted for years by the Amy Eileen Ham is the nurse who was persecuted for years by the Nurses College in British Columbia for knowing basic biology, for knowing what a man and knowing what a woman is, right? Persecuted for years. She posted this. The government of Canada funded research that resulted in this report on trans feminine inclusion in the workplace. This is a video of one of the researchers, Jamie Lowe, I love the name, presenting the study results today. He says you should treat your colleagues like kittens. Kittens. This is what our tax dollars are being spent on. I've got the report, by the way, which we will go over. But maybe first we should hear from Jamie Lowe.
So I think it's just really important to keep a close eye on everybody and check in on everybody as if they were your kids or your kittens. I don't know where that came from, but
like it. I like it. I like kittens a lot. But I think you're totally right that it's, and in our calls to action.
So I think it's just really important to keep.
So if anybody asks you what trans feminine means, say it's Mike Tyson with a wig on and I guess sequins. Yeah, this is what the Canadian government spends money on. Amy Eileen Ham says not a single woman would be able to dress and behave like this and be taken seriously. Yeah, that's because Canada doesn't make any sense. There's something wrong with Canada. So let's see. So this is the kind of thing that money is being spent on in Canada. So let's see. What do we got? All right. Trans feminine inclusion in feminist workspaces. Feminist workspaces. So I guess they're like cats fighting each other. The trans feminines and the feminists. I guess they don't get along. There's Jamie Lowe. Jamie Lowe. Ah, dearie me. So where's this funded from? Equality Fund, Toronto Foundation, Community Foundations of Canada, and of course the Canadian government. I have no idea how much money they wasted on this. I tried to find the funding for this and I could not locate it, but it's I'm sure it is plenty. I mean, here, hold on. Here's a grant from the government of Canada for $234,000. Let's see, creating inclusive signposts, promoting visibility for lesbian, bisexual, and queer women and non-binary people in Canada. Only $234,000. Creating inclusive signposts. Signposts? What does this actually mean? The project, this was from 2023 to, it runs through 2026, March 31st, 2026. The project will address lesbian, bisexual, and queer women's invisibility within the 2SLGBTQI plus community in Canada, as well as the need to develop a more inclusive approach for bisexual and immigrant women and for non-binary and trans feminine people. So a lot. The people will include, or the project will include, developing a survey and Canada-wide conference, consulting with excluded and marginalized groups of women plus. So I guess the plus is, the plus must be this guy, I think. Compiling a collection of texts by sexually diverse immigrant women, developing inclusive tools and integrating an intersectional perspective into the organization. So I guess that, so what this, I think this might be connected to the whole Jamie Lowe project, because this sounds like basically the same thing. I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if they've got 100 of these, 100 grants out for the exact same thing in Canada, because you can never be woke enough. But let's see. Lesbian, bisexual, and queer women's invisibility within the Alphabet Plus community in Canada. It's kind of the same thing as this. Let's see. But just on the funding, actually, we'll go back to the funding. Hold on a second. So it's kind of the same as this. The primary objective of this research project was to learn directly from the perspectives and experiences of trans women who are employed in or seeking employment in feminist organizations across Canada. Building from their experiences, this report focuses on generating practical recommendations aimed at fostering inclusion for trans feminine women employed in the feminist nonprofit sector. Why? Why is this any of our concern? Why should any of us care about this? Don't care. I don't find it surprising that there are at least some feminists who don't want to work with men on their feminist nonprofit stuff, garbage, gibberish. Despite the alignment of trans rights with feminist goals, well, I don't know. I know there are some feminists whose goals don't include looking at a man's wang in the change room at the pool just because he put a wig on and calls himself Mary. There is a lack of trans women employed within feminist organizations. I don't know. Just let it sort itself out. Do you really need to be funding? Does this really need a study? Is this really the most important thing in Canada? You know, there's like 4 million people using food banks right now, including trans people. This study was launched as the first of its kind in Canada. The first of its kind. Thank God we finally got around to this. To address a critical gap in research regarding the employment experiences of trans women in feminist organizations. Who would say this is critical? Who would say this is critical? Only a lunatic. Only somebody who has no idea of how the world works or how it's supposed to work, of what's actually important. This is what they waste money on. It's unbelievable. And of course, let's see, funded by Canada. And it sounds a lot like this, doesn't it? This thing. So there's $234,000 for this. It doesn't seem to be exactly the same thing. I'm sure there are countless things like this that are exactly or very close to the same thing that are being funded across Canada at this moment, but they're getting, hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think it's probably safe to assume probably just this report, probably their website cost, $100,000. Let's see, who else is funding them? Community Foundations of Canada. Who are they? Community Foundations of Canada partners with the Government of Canada to deliver large-scale funding programs, so also funded by the government. So these two are both, I didn't even bother looking up these two. You know, would say there's a 99% chance they're also funded by the government. You're just funding all of this at this utter and total absurdity, this waste of time. This kind of just cultural poison. I think we can just call it that. This bizarre obsession, this self-defeating, counterproductive obsession. There's Jebby. There's Jebby. That's trans feminine right there for you. Right there for you. In case you need to top up on your trans feminism, you can go here. And Jamie will help you out. Let's see. He's trying to humiliate women, right? He's trying to show that he can look absolutely ridiculous, and still women must bow to the floor before him to pretend he's a woman. Amy Eileen Ham says here, he said you need to dress for the job you want. Not joking. Well, I guess this is the right costume for scamming the Canadian government out of money. Holy crap. This is Canada. Don't be Canada. Don't be Canada. Good Lord. The absolute state of Canada. All right. So there's that. I guess maybe it's time to go back to the chat. Let's do it. Let's see. Should we get another golf show? This is a good golf show here. I like this. It's Paige Spiranek again. Great swing. Let's see. What are you guys saying? Let's see. Let's see. All right. Trudeau Survivor says Gregor Robinson, he used to be the mayor of Vancouver, by the way, is hoping China mails him another Chinese pop star girlfriend. I didn't know he had a Chinese pop star girlfriend. Justin Trudeau was rewarded for his foreign loyalties by getting hooked up with Katy Perry. Well, you know, I think Justin Trudeau is a very talented costume designer. I believe he's our costume designer now. So let's see. That relationship is gross for both of them, as he says. I saw a clip of Russell Brand saying he loves, you know, he was married to Katy Perry. He says, you know, I always love Katy Perry, but Justin Trudeau, really? Oh, let's see. Rosie, co-develop a transparent project should be easy to say. I think that what we need to do, I think the best thing for First Nations people in Canada would just to become just individual citizens within Canada. This whole thing has not worked out for them well. Hereditary chiefs at this age, like now at this time in the world, you know, around with this technological civilization around, like the money, the $32 billion is being largely wasted, stolen, mismanaged. There's no accountability. Trudeau removed any accountability, any accounting from them to virtue signal. It's been disastrous for Indigenous people in Canada. There's a ton of nepotism. The money's not getting down to the people who really need it. This has been disastrous. It's really time for everybody to just be a Canadian, in my opinion. Look, this is not going to work well long term. With the demographic changes in Canada, the people that are moving here are not Europeans. They don't have white guilt. They don't care. It's where they come from. It's normal to be racist. They're not, you can't shame them, right? They don't, they don't understand the Western way of thinking. They certainly don't understand white guilt. None of this shit is going to work on them. It is not going to go well. The money is going to dry up. They're going to say, well, we didn't do anything, so we're not giving you any money. That's going to happen. That will happen. Right? Look at what happens to minorities in the countries these people are coming from. It doesn't go well. So this is just a disaster waiting to happen. They're going to completely lose the sympathies of white Canadians. White guilt is going to dry up. Look at what's happening in British Columbia with the land claims. This is not when people are worried about losing their homes, or they're losing their homes, they're losing their property. Most people, their property is their life work. Okay. This is just going to be a disaster for Indigenous people in Canada. It's insane. It has gone so far. It is so ridiculous that this is going to have to stop. I mean, it's then you add on top of that the unmarked graves hoax and a lot of claims around residential schools that just aren't true. Certainly, the unmarked graves hoax is proved to be a hoax. There's no evidence. In fact, we're going to talk about that in a segment coming up. But this is all very bad. Like, this is going to be very bad for Indigenous people in Canada, right? It's time for everybody to just be a Canadian and be an individual and just be a human. Like, we're not pretend that we're like different species and some people are magical or not. This is not going to work out. The resentment is starting to build, and it's going to continue to build. Let's see. Carney can just confirm there will be no pipeline, as he said. Izzy says Alberta independence. JDL asks, Radio Baloney, when are you going to do Mark Carney poems like you did for Trudeau? We're getting there. We're getting there. Maybe we should start doing that. Maybe we should. I might not have to do it for that long if there's a spring election. I might not. I mean, how long did I have to do it for Trudeau? It was like a year and a half or something every Friday. Ugh. And that got tough after a while. Let's see. Rosie says, promoting visibility. What? Are they invisible? I would love to unsee that person. Well, they're trying to force their way into women's groups that don't want them. That's what's happening. Let's see. JDL says, I need $1 million to study my Canadian roots. Well, they're not going to give it to you. Let's see. Izzy says, more likely they'll just give the $1 million to a fake refugee to study their Canadian. It wouldn't be to study their Canadian, study their roots wherever they came from. So the government can more easily convert Canada into that. JDL says, my hair goes a little trans ginger in the summer. You can never use the rim shot as sound effect enough. Let's see. Rosie didn't know that Russell Brand was married to Katy Perry. She says she knows nothing about celebrities. Well, that's not, that's one case where ignorance really is bliss, actually, in a good way. The thing is, Russell Brand is still kind of a holdover from when celebrities still had some currency. Very few celebrities now, anybody would notice anything that they do. Most celebrities, I have no idea who they are now. Zero idea. JDL is opening a daycare center. All right. In Minnesota, I assume. Let's see. You don't even have to deal with kids, as he says. It's a great point. Let's see. Rosie says, you will you pay parents who bring their kids? If so, I will have more. Bring them to you, wink, wink. That's the thing. I mean, so so parents would just go from school to school signing their kids in, but not actually taking their kids in, and they would get kickbacks. Just so deeply corrupt. All right. All right. Where were we next? What did we have next? Oh, yeah, we did all the crazy trans feminine Canada stuff. What's this? Do you know what? I might take what are we, 2 hours and 36 minutes in? Yeah, we're going long tonight, folks. We are going long tonight. I am going to have to take a break, though, for a couple of minutes and make myself some more ranch juice and have a pee. Have a pee. So let's go back to here. Maybe we'll put a different one on, something fresh. Fishing. I don't know about fishing. It's women's sports. Not really sports. That's kind of sports. Well, there's another tennis one there. That's a good one. Let's see. There's the woman on the thing, balancing on the thing, but she can't really balance on it, though, because she's not. I mean, look at her. She's trying. She can't really, though, but she's having fun. And that's what you want at the beach. You want to have a nice time. Let's see. There's more golf. How about this one? I always like this one. Expectation, women training jujitsu. Yeah. In fact, this one is fire. This one is a classic. Love it. Reality hurts. Reality bites her. All right. Anyway, yeah, I gotta go. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I like this one here because it's like a little story with like the hero's journey, and it's got this surprising but delightful ending. It's a good one. All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Everybody, if you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel right now. Like the stream. Get your free good karma, folks. Get your free good karma. In these troubled times, can you afford to turn your back on free good karma? All you got to do is like the stream. It's hardly a big deal. Let's do it. You know what? You guys got to remind me before we sign off, and it's not going to be for a while. We're going long tonight. But before, we have to do a raid. We have to raid another channel. I've only done one. I've got to do 5 for the month. And let me tell you something else. It's a good thing we're going long tonight because I got to make up all those hours I missed the first, couple of weeks of the month for the creator program. So, yeah, let's just do this. Let's just power through this. Let's see. Rosie says we need chocolate in honor of Mickey296 being able to join us, but we only do chocolate after we do They Them Energy. And we don't do They Them Energy on Fridays. We only do that on Tuesdays or other non-scheduled streams. So, I don't know. I mean, if we do They Them Energy, we're going to lose Spambot. Oh, Spambot's going. Tapping out. We'll finish watching tomorrow. So, all right, good night, Spambot. So he's out. So, I don't know. Does anybody want to see They Them Energy then? Trudeau Survivor says, I want to see a video of Richie attempting indoor rock climbing. Well, it'd be a short video. Let's see. And depressing. It might rob you of your will to live. La 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 la. Radio Streamer says, chocolate comes at a cost, Mickey. Can you feel the energy? The audience is pretty much split. I mean, half, I think, finds the They Them Energy as hilarious as I do. But then half just hates it so much, finds it so mind-numbingly stupid and painful that it upsets them. So, Radio Streamer, I will allow it once, but we will get an extra free one on the proper day. Well, what does that mean? I don't understand what that means. Because if we're doing chocolate, we have to do They Them Energy. That's the deal. So I guess we're going to have to do it. All right, everybody. You know what's coming. I'm low on energy. I had a cup of coffee, a couple of espressos, smoked some crack. I did some of that blue meth from Breaking Bad. Nothing. I chewed on like 17 polar bear adrenaline glands. Nothing. Normally that hits the spots. Nothing. I don't know what I can do. How can I get through this stream? It's going to be a long stream tonight. How can I get through it without the kind of energy? I mean, what kind of energy even could... They them energy. They them energy. They them energy. And teapot. There we go, folks. I got my engine revving. Ooh, that They Them Energy. Ooh, powerful stuff. I do think they need a better spokesperson still. It's not the best I don't think she does a great job selling it, to be honest, but powerful stuff, that They Them Energy. All right. So now that means we've got to do chocolate because it's part of the long negotiations we had on the channel about when it was appropriate to do They Them Energy. And then Rosie said, well, if you're going to do it, you need to show chocolate, but we don't call it chocolate. We call it chocolat on this channel. Chocolate cookie. Here we go. Let's see what comes up. Chocolate. Oh my God. They're packed with chocolate chips. You know what's really cheeky is when you buy some chocolate chips, you go to like a nice bakery and you buy some chocolate chip cookies, and then you eat them and there's like 3 chocolate chips in it and they just totally cheaped out and ripped you off. Maybe they think you wouldn't notice. Maybe they think you're like, ooh, these are such like fancy chocolate chip cookies. They only come with like 3 chocolate chips in them because that's how fancy people do it. Fuck you, bakery. Fuck you. My chocolate chip cookies, if I'm paying good money for them, better have that many chocolate chips. In fact, more than that. That's not even enough. And those chocolate chips are too small. That's not going to satisfy me. It's got to be just basically just the inside just needs to be just solid chocolate inside. Otherwise, I'm not happy. All right. Rosie, this is a better chocolate. God damn it, Rosie. This is a better chocolate video, she says. All right, let's do it. I'll do it this once. We're getting derailed from the show here. Well, this garbage. All right, let's check it out. Damn it, Rosie. Damn it. Building a castle entirely out of chocolate. Did we see this before? Well, we're not watching a whole chocolate castle video. Let's get to the skip to the good part. There we go. All right. Well, there you go. There's a giant chocolate castle. But what if it wasn't made out of chocolate? What if it was actually made out of dog poo? Oh, that'd be gross. All right. There we go. Done. Need a monkey sound. Yeah, Link Monkey, right? Link Monkey. Mr. Link Monkey, please, Rosie says. There we go. Steve Tollison, so very tired, so very, very tired. Did you miss the They Them energy? I can't do it again. I can't go through this whole chocolate thing again. No, we just did it. It's not even supposed to happen on a Friday. You're going to have to rewind a little bit. If you want the They Them energy. We can't, it's too powerful for one. All right, now what are we doing? So what's going on here? Elon Musk reposted this. He says yes. So what's he replying to? Keir Starmer says investigation into X will carry on despite admitting X isn't breaking the law. It was never about bikini pics. So yeah, have people having grok put having people getting grok to take people's pictures and photographs that they've posted and then put them in bikinis. And especially famous people really don't like that, apparently. It was never about law breaking. It was never about women and girls. It was never about safety. This is about shutting down criticism. Starmer is a tyrant. Well, they don't like X. He doesn't like X. Lefties everywhere, globalists don't like X because it's really the last real bastion of free speech. Even though it's not perfect, it's still not perfect, but it's a lot better than everything else. It's certainly too much for these cretins.
Grok and X are disgusting and they're shameful. And frankly, the decision to then turn this into a premium service is horrific. And we're absolutely determined to take action here.
Turn it into a premium service is horrific? What?
Decision to then turn this into a premium service is horrific. And we're absolutely determined to take action here. We've made it clear that X has to act, and if not, Ofcom has our full backing and will introduce and are introducing legislation. Mr. Speaker, to update the House, I have been informed this morning that X is acting to ensure full compliance with UK law. If so, that is welcome, but we're not going to back down. They must act. We will.
So even if they do what he says, they're still not going to back down. So it tells you everything you need to know. It's not about bikini pictures, right? It's not about the thing that every other AI was doing at the same time, right? It's not about that. They just don't like the fact that Elon Musk allows people to tell the truth on X. They would like it to be the way it used to be.
Take the necessary measures. We will strengthen existing laws and prepare for legislation if it needs to go further. And Ofcom will continue its independent investigation. Grok and X are disgusting.
He's disgusting. What's this say? Also an absolute wanker. What's he? Wanker. Also an absolute wanker. He is a wanker. Baby killers and ex-murderers saved by Starmer. Yes. You'd like to represent terrorists as well, Starmer. Sir Keir Starmer worked for free as a lawyer to help scores of twisted killers around the world, including a monster who buried his 2-year-old stepchild alive. Jesus. He worked for free to do that. Like, everybody should get representation. He wanted to do it for free. I guess he just thought it was fun. Beast who slaughtered BBC newsreader and her family. Ex-murderer. Jesus. Oh, horrible. Ugh, just horrible. There he is. He should be forced to wear a burqa. He seems to love them. Let's see. Big fucking cunt is watching you. It's not Big Brother anymore. Let's see. Hated for exposing the truth. Hated for letting the truth be told. Well, that's it. Starmer is a tyrant. Yeah. All right. Do we have anything else here? No, that's it. All right, let's move on. What are we? Almost 3 hours in. All right. So from Canada Proud posted this. New memo from the Department of Carney Liberal Heritage Minister Mark Miller says that CBC is necessary to promote social cohesion. But certain segments of the population remain disengaged. Well, it's actually most of the population that's disengaged from, sitting down and watching CBC Evening News. The only demographic that is still watching, that still has their brain plugged into that, is the boomer population, which is why the Liberals have a 22-point advantage with boomers, right? A lot of great conservative boomers and just normal boomers in Canada, but that is the one demographic that that's going to win an election, that won the last election, is going to win another election for the Liberals if they do in fact win the next election. Also, too, CBC kind of sets the tone for news in Canada. The clips are obviously favored by YouTube. If you look up Canadian news on YouTube, you're never going to get Rebel News is not going to come up on the first page, or the National Telegraph or Juno News. None of that's it's all going to be CBC. And these clips go around everywhere. Of course, I use them, but I use them to make fun of the CBC, show where they're lying. But yeah, when they say social cohesion, they mean brainwashing, right? That's what they mean. Certain segments of the population remain disengaged from their propaganda. They want to force it on everybody. That's what their internet bills are, like C11. The Online Streaming Act, the Online News Act, that's what it's about. It's about forcing this stuff, CBC, as well as CTV and Global, down Canadians' throats. Because the Canadian public is still not quite propagandized and brainwashed enough for them. Let's go to this article from Juno News. Hold on. Government views CBC as a vital tool to shape social cohesion. That means crushing dissent. Let's see. CBC is a vital government tool to promote social cohesion in Canada. At least that's what a federal briefing note from Heritage Canada obtained by Blacklock's reporter concludes. The document admits that while some Canadians are tuning out government messaging, the government views the CBC as a tool for promoting identity. Identity, like elbows up identity. Blacklocks said the September 24 briefing note was prepared for the Heritage Minister, a role Mark Miller assumed in December. The note argued Canada faces worrying trends linked to polarization, declining trust in institutions, and foreign-driven disinformation. Really, the foreign-driven disinformation. I actually think foreign-driven disinformation is the least of our problems. I think it's the domestic-driven disinformation from our mainstream media and from the government itself. Signs of renewed cohesion and civic pride have been emerging in the face of the United States administration's posture and attitude towards Canadian sovereignty, the note said. Everybody has to believe that Trump's just a second away from rolling the tanks down, into Toronto. However, while this pride has grown significantly over the past year, certain segments of the population remain disengaged. Those are worrying trends. I wonder why we're disengaged from their elbows up bullshit. I wonder if it's because 5 minutes earlier they were telling us that Canada's a post-national country with no core identity, engaged in ongoing and infinite genocides all the time, and the country is racist, and everybody who's not white is this thing called racialized, which is this thing that's done to you the second that you step foot in the country. If you're not white, you're racialized now, and it's just systems of oppression and systemic racism and blah, 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 blah. But elbows up, everyone. Canada number one. Yeah, maybe we don't believe you. Maybe we're disgusted by your cynicism. Yeah, those of us that love Canada for Canada, not for what? Not for the bizarre globalist, commie, gobbledygook that leftists, that radical progressives in the Liberal Party and in the media tell us Canada is. We don't like that Canada. We don't like your elbows up Canada. We like the Canada that used to be Canada. For one, I liked Canada way better before, for some reason, Gaza had to be in it. Let's see. The document titled Fostering Canadian Identity to Strengthen Our Sovereignty and Social Cohesion. It should just be called Brainwashing Canadians. Anyway, it said foreign state efforts are driving social division. It's the domestic state efforts that's doing this. Emergencies Act, anybody? Freezing bank accounts, anybody? Mandates, anybody? Disinformation campaigns launched by foreign actors are being amplified online. Maybe it's Putin. It must just be all Putin. That must be what's ruining the country. It also cited a growing over-reliance on foreign-owned platforms and content, warning these trends threaten our information sovereignty and continue to drive polarization and undermine our social cohesion. Oh, maybe they can come up with a new elbows up social media app, and then everything else can be banned. Anyway, I think that's about as much ranting as I can do. That's my first real proper rant tonight, I think. Anyway, I've had it. I've had it. I am so sick of these people, of these cretins, these liberal cretins. All right. All right, let's move on. All right. Let's see. That was my first word 3 hours in, and that was my first real inspired rant for the evening. Ooh, rant juice. Should we do a simultaneous sip in honor of Scott Adams? Let's do it. You guys got a coffee? You guys anything to drink? Cup, a mug, or a stein? Whatever. I can't remember exactly. Very sad, though. Very sad about Scott Adams. But anyway, 3, 2, 1, sip. Oh, yeah. That late night coffee sip. You gotta love it. La, 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 la. Radio streamer Starmer the Harmer. I have not heard that yet. Starmer the Harmer. I haven't heard that before. I haven't heard that before either. I've heard Keir Stormtrooper. Two-tier Keir. Let's see. Radio streamer says, I am so awake. Mickey says, I missed that. And Teapot, see, people do like it. See, like half the audience really does find it hilarious as I do. It's funny. It is funny. It's very silly. The they, them energy. La, 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 la. All right. All right. I'm starting to get tired now, but we're still going late tonight. We got a long way to go still. Let's see. Bikini Gate is making Starmer the Harmer cry, Dame Pam says. Good. Let's see. Ray of Ram says, hello, glad to check in time for brainwashing. It's always time for brainwashing, Ray. Good to see you. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, and this is why we all consider Radio Streamer to be so very wise. Brainwashing is the standard. Richie is the exception. There you go. There you go. Let's see. Ray says, yeah, just funny to turn on a stream and the first word is brainwashing. Well, it is a Radio Baloney stream. All right. Ray already hit the like. Thank you very much. Hope to see you next time. Radio Streamer says 8.5 out of 10 on the rant. Pretty good for a late one. I felt the spirit enter me, the spirit of rant enter me in that one. I was quite happy. I think it was a 9.5 personally, but hey, still, I think 8.5 is almost the most you can get. Rosie says, nice rant, moving Gaza to Canada. Nice, 10 out of 10. That's almost the most you get out of 10. Thank you, Rosie. Oh, wait a second. There you go. Accidentally pressed the wrong button. Let's see. Have to keep him humble. Streamer says, I know what you're doing. Dave Pet, did you make it up? Did you, Starmer the Harmer? Did you make that up? That's a good one. It's a very good one. You get applause for that. All right. Dame Pam is a genealogist. That's really cool. Awesome. All right. Let's go. All right. So from Libs of TikTok posted this. So this was from when? This was from January 14th. So a couple days ago. This is a list of countries that the State Department is going to stop issuing long-term immigrant visas to. It's 75 countries. These are countries whose migrants take welfare from the American people at unacceptable rates. So they're a net loss. So when they are brought in, then they become the responsibility of tax-paying Americans who have to support them. It's like taking on some children, right? Some more kids. That's the way to see it. Essentially just adopting people to take care of, to pay for some reason. Not smart. Why would you want to do that? Why would any country want to do that? Canada does that. Every Western country. These our lunatic leaders want to do that for some reason. They want to create a burden on the productive people, like Afghanistan, no brainer. Albania, Algeria, Antigua and Barbuda. Armenia, Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, no brainer. Barbados, Belarus, Belize, Bhutan, Bosnia, Brazil, Burma, Cambodia, Cameroon. It just goes on and on and on. Tanzania, a little surprised from that one, actually. Somalia, well, you know about Somalia, right? It's and they just they just become land pirates. They move, to the United States, and they just become land pirates immediately. It's crazy. Uzbekistan, Macedonia, Moldova, Mongolia. I would have thought the Mongolians would have been hardworking people. That surprises me. Haiti, yeah. And they also eat your pet, too. I don't care what anybody says. Gimmigrant. I've heard that before. A person who has come to a different country in order to reside there permanently, live for free, and receive all benefits paid by taxpayers, but who has no intention of working or abiding by the laws of said country. When they don't get their own way, they play the discrimination race card. That is a gimmigrant. Why would you want them? I mean, you can just say no. You can just say no. No, we're not going to support you for the rest of your life. Patriots are in control. It's going to be really bad if things go poorly for the Republicans in the midterms. It's going to go bad. That's the end of the American Renaissance right there. So part of the thing with Trump is that people will vote for Trump, but they don't vote if Trump's not on the ticket, or they don't vote in the same numbers. So it's unfortunate. And yeah, if things go badly in the midterms, I mean, well, you know what the Dems are going to do, right? So this is a post from the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. Canadians deserve truth and transparency, not accusations, when they ask questions about the Kamloops Indian residential school claims about missing children. So the Kamloops residential school is where the claims were made of over 200 unmarked graves of former students. And there is no evidence of this. The only evidence was ground penetrating radar, which tells you nothing other than that there are things under the ground, which there is literally everywhere. But over $12 million was sent to this band to do a dig, to do an archaeological dig, and to get to the truth of it. And that has not happened. So yesterday, federal authorities found that the department overseen by Crown Indigenous Relations Minister Rebecca Alty breached an act of parliament by unlawfully concealing records related to the purported graves of 215 children. The department has been ordered to begin releasing the requested files within 36 days. The department must respond to the request without further delay, wrote Information Commissioner Carolyn Maynard. To date, the department has attempted to block disclosure by classifying all records as confidential information. So this appears to have been probably the biggest hoax in Canadian history. Of course, after these Kamloops claims, which were based on nothing more than ground penetrating radar, claims happen all across the country, and there's been no evidence whatsoever so far. And I think the reason why there's been no dig is because everybody knows there's nothing there, and they will lose leverage. So from Blacklock's reporter from Wednesday, January 14th, 2026, must release Kamloops files. Crown Indigenous Relations Minister Rebecca Alty's department yesterday was cited for breaching an act of parliament in concealing records on the purported graves of 215 children and an Indian residential school. The department was ordered to begin releasing files within 36 days. Nothing in the act allows the department to delay. So there had been some previous information that had been gained by Blacklocks through Freedom of Information requests, where they did find out, get records for about 2.3 million of the more than $12 million. This is from January 28th, 2025, so a year ago. Millions in grave recovery funds spent on publicists and consultants. No remains found. Now, there is Justin Trudeau, as Kevin O'Leary calls him, the idiot king. There he is with a teddy bear over what he must he knew, he must have known was not graves. He must have had advisors telling him that, okay, this is ground penetrating radar. There's no actual reports of missing children. The ground penetrating radar doesn't actually tell you anything. It's very unlikely that these are actually 215 unmarked graves of children who were never reported missing by parents. Yes, the Indigenous people also love their children, right? So this is all very unlikely. There's no actual evidence. He would have been told, he had to have been told that. Somebody told him that, and he made the political calculation to do this, to be a part of the hoax for political reasons, because he's soulless and just simply a very bad person. Millions in federal funding earmarked for recovering the remains of children at a former Indian residential school in Kamloops, BC, was instead allocated to consultants, publicists, and administrative expenses, according to documents obtained by Blacklock's reporter. So this was over 12.1 million in federal funding, and this was to get to the bottom of it, to find out the truth. No truth forthcoming, by the way. The spending breakdown included $405,000 for administrative. The spending breakdown included $405,000 for administrative costs, $37,500 for marketing. They're supposed to be doing a dig here, right, to get to the truth of this. $100,000 to employ 2 trauma counselors for 6 months. Trauma counselors. Okay, there's no crime proven here. Yeah, there's no atrocity proven here at all. Other expenditures included $532,000 for site security and payments to publicists, architects, and engineers for long-term projects such as a planned healing center, a museum, and a culturally supportive nursing home for Indigenous elders. This was supposed to be money to get to the truth, to reveal the truth to Canada. A museum? What, a museum for graves that don't exist? Here's Justin Trudeau, June 2nd, 2021, spoke with Premier John Horgan today about the horrific discovery of children at the former Kamloops Indian Residential School. He must have known that this was false, that he should not be saying that there was no discovery of children. He must have known that. He must have had advisors telling him, we don't know anything. Like, there's no actual evidence of this, right? All the work our governments are doing to move forward on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. Yeah, maybe truth is the, maybe we need a bit of truth in this Truth and Reconciliation, huh? So we know what happened already with a part of it, a small, about 2.3 million of the $12 million, of the more than $12 million. And now we're going to find out more. And my suspicion is that they did probably do some test digs. Of course, it came up negative, and then they just shut it down and went, no, we need this for leverage. This story needs to continue. That's my suspicion. I don't know. That's speculation, but that's my suspicion. There was some test digging done. It came back obviously negative, but the story needs to continue because it's leverage, and they don't want to lose that leverage against the government. That's my suspicion. I will not be surprised at all if that's what happens. Budgeted for publicists and consultants. I mean, body count remains at 0 from Mary Maverick. Yep, it's absolutely 0. Let's see. Are we finally going to get some truth on why we give them billions of dollars for reparations? It's such a sacred cow in Canada. It's going to be hard to get past that and find some sanity here, but the resentment is going to grow, especially with the land claims. Some sanity needs to assert itself in this country. Otherwise, things are going to be bad. Things are going to go in a very bad way, I fear. Now, how do we deprogram the boomers, CBC watchers, and educators? It's going to take a very long time. All right. Here's something. This is from a couple months ago, but Blighter said, "It is amazing. Canada is literally committing suicide in every way it is possible for a country to do so. Here they decide that Canadians, perhaps the nicest people on earth, were actually secretly genocidal monsters. They decided this with no evidence and then looked for evidence and found none, but now it's a key piece of their national identity anyway. This is the lunacy. Is that's true? That's real. This has become a key part of our identity, that we committed crimes that we didn't commit. I know, it's baffling. It's insane, right? This is don't be Canada. This is part of why Canada is a cautionary tale to the rest of the world. Don't be Canada. Canada's insane. Let's see. APTN News. Well, so that's Aboriginal news. So that's the Aboriginal news in Canada. While Canada's residential school era has become a key piece of our national identity, there has been an eruption of late of what some academics call denialism. That's asking for evidence. That's like saying, well, you need to dig up and prove that there's actually unmarked graves, for instance. And maybe we need to prove some of the other claims as well while we're at it, because this has become insane. What? It's not something a sane country does. All right. Very quickly, Don Bradshaw. So he's part of the problem in Canada. Retired journalist. Do you want to know why Canada's in the shape that it's in? Because these are the sorts of people who've worked as journalists in Canada. All right. Amarjeet Gill has revealed that the Carney government tried to lure him, bribe him, whatever, to cross the floor to the Liberals. He's a conservative. They tried to get him to cross, as they've been successful with two corrupt MPs so far. They've also tried it with the NDP as well. We know this. This is all documented. He says, over the past few weeks, I've been approached by the Liberals and encouraged to cross the floor. I have firmly rejected their offer. So we know they're doing this. We know that, they've got a point man on this. Why would this be at all? Why would anybody doubt this? Why would this former journalist doubt this? This rather smug-looking fellow right here. I assume you will be releasing the text messages, emails, video footage, audio clips, letters, anything that proves your claim. I can claim you approached me to shine your shoes, but it means absolutely nothing if there's absolutely nothing to support the statement. So, are journalists just propagandists? Are they just activists? Are they just left-wing activists? Yes. Why would you doubt him? Why would you doubt him? It's entirely plausible. I guess you could say, well, it would be nice to see some video evidence, email, or something, but clearly this is plausible. We know that the Liberals are doing this. So there's no reason to be anything that proves your claim, as if he's saying something that's just totally fantastic, right? Nobody could imagine, well, that would never happen. We know that it's happening. That is documented. These are the kinds of people who've put Canada where it is right now. Over the past few weeks, I have been approached by the Liberals and encouraged to cross the floor. I have firmly rejected their offer. I will always honor the trust my constituents of Brampton West have placed in me. I was elected to be their strong voice in Ottawa, and I remain fully committed to representing their values and priorities. I am proud to stand with our leader, Pierre Poilievre, the next Prime Minister of Canada, and I will continue to fight for the priorities that matter most to the people I represent. I will continue to fight for safer streets and neighborhoods, jobs, affordable housing, secure borders, and stronger pay in a sovereign Canada. Right? He must be lying. He must be. There's another one too. Scott Anderson, MP, another one here. He said, Scott Anderson says, it'll be a cold day in hell before I betray my constituents. But here you go. Don Bradshaw doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe. He needs hard evidence. Now, I would like to know what they offered him, because obviously they're bribing these guys. I would like to know what he was offered. I would like that. But there's no reason to doubt him. This is totally plausible, right? Totally. We know they're doing it. All right. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to my second channel, Radio Baloney News. Right now, you're watching Radio Baloney, home of live streams and Canadian news. Everything else has been moved over to my new second channel, Radio Baloney News. All the world news and UK news and Mind Virus and meme reviews, all that. All those clips are going over on Radio Baloney News now. Subscribe today and make a purple-haired gremlin cry. All right. What are you guys saying? 3 hours and 21 minutes, people. It's a grueling long stream tonight. Grueling long. Let's see. What's going out? What are you guys talking about? Radio streamer says the Dems are gonna just scream racity, racist, biggity, bigot, something, something, screeching noises. Rights being violated, international law. You can't even ram a law enforcement officer with your car in the States anymore. That's how fascist it is now. Holy shite, holy shite.
You lousy corksuckers.
Ugh. Radio streamer makes me think of a joke I once heard. If I was any more inbred, I would be a loaf. Let's see. Rosie says, praise the Lord, Venezuela is no longer on the list. Hopefully my new daughter-in-law can renew her passport. She has not seen her family in person in over 5 years. Well, hopefully so. It just seems like an unqualified good to get rid of the communist dictator, right? When you have, like 10 million people fleeing the country, people eating zoo animals. I mean, okay. It wasn't a war. I think it's pretty clear that they probably bribed or convinced a bunch of generals and a bunch of officials. Like, we're just going to get him. You can still run the country, but things are going to be done a little differently. I think that's extremely likely. Something similar to what happened in Syria. Let's see. Rosie says, yeah, too bad they gave up silent sit-ins and food strikes. It was way better then. Rosie says, I am all for free speech. I am very tired of lies. Well, there's so much of that going on. Let's see. Izzy says, how do I get to be a government consultant? A bee full of shit. Let's see. All right. Izzy says, they aren't journalists, urinalists, maybe. Urinalists. You can never use that button too many times. It's perfect. All right. Let's get it. We're getting really close to the end here. Oh, you know what? We are on the last bookmark of the evening, folks. The last one. This is very exciting. Wall Street Apes. American mother says her daughter is one of only 4 children in her entire math class that speaks English. So this is another place where diversity is not your strength, because obviously you're going to have a less efficient education system. Let's take a look. And a less cohesive country, obviously.
I'm about to ask what I'm not supposed to ask. Why is one of my children in a class where she's one of 4 kids that speaks English in math, and she doesn't get to learn math because there's 20 plus other kids who don't know English and the teacher has to accommodate them? And I'm not blaming the teacher. I actually feel really bad for the teachers. Why? Why am I paying property taxes? Why am I paying income tax? Why am I paying taxes for anything for my children to have the right to a free and public education?
Marxism, that's why. Progressivism, radicalism, the revolution, that's why.
Which, by the way, they constantly are trying to take the ability for us to homeschool and all that stuff away to make them go to public school. But then when they go to public school, this is what they get.
you don't get to learn math because you know English, so you just don't get to learn math. What?
Yeah, but they want to teach them propaganda. They want to turn them into ideologues. They want to turn them into revolutionaries. That's why they don't want you teaching them, right? That's why they don't care if they learn math, right? It's about praxis. It's about the intersectional. It's about the radical praxis, right? It's about, it's about Marxism in action, right? It's about what's it called? What's it called? Is it called critical pedagogy? What is it called? Hold on one second. My brain isn't working. Sometimes I just can't remember things anymore.
I ain't got a good brain.
Still love my horse though. Hold on. Let's see. What is it called? Is it called critical pedagogy? Is that what it's called? Pedagogy. Hold on, give me a second. Paulo Freire. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Critical pedagogy is an educational philosophy pioneered by Paulo Freire, or whatever his name is, that he's a communist, by the way, aims to empower students to challenge oppressive systems like racism, whatever that is, sexism, whatever that is. It's just what they tell you it is, and capitalism. Capitalism, by developing critical consciousness and taking action for social justice. Yeah, he said that you're not really human until you become a revolutionary. This is what's happening in schools. This is K through 12 now. It's critical pedagogy. This is what's happening. This is why they don't want her teaching her kids, because she's not going to teach her children to be revolutionaries, to be anti-capitalists. That's why. That's the explanation right there. Oh, they don't want them. Let's see. They don't want them thinking critically, right? For Marxist education, critical means something else, right? It just means criticizing everything Western, everything capitalist, whatever your country was, criticizing that. Everything good, criticizing and deconstructing that. They don't teach critical thinking, they teach critical pedagogy, which whose goal is to tear down your civilization. How about this? The reason Africa and the Middle East are so screwed up is because colonial powers drew borders with zero consideration of ethnic groups and cultures. That's why there's so much conflict. So mixing multiple ethnic groups and cultures causes conflict? Oh, wait a second. Man. It's like that never happened. Like empires never, like human history is just like the history of human civilization is just the history of empires. Like nobody did that before. Like the British, for instance, they're all so retarded. Everybody's so historically illiterate now. Yeah, just Europeans created all the bad things ever. They invented slavery in spite of all evidence. Sure. But yeah, the diversity, it turns out, it's turning out not actually our strength, and even they know it really. Even they know it really. Let's see. Let's see. In reality, they're not after you, they're after me, the children. Well, yeah, they don't reproduce themselves, is the thing. So they need your kids because they don't make their own kids, so they abort their own kids. So Thomas Sowell, here's a quote from Thomas Sowell. There is really nothing very mysterious about why our public schools are failures. When you select the poorest quality college students to be public school teachers, give them ironclad tenure, a captive audience, and pay them according to seniority rather than performance, Why should the results be surprising? Well, I guess, part of the ruination of the education systems, not just in the United States, but certainly in Canada as well, I'm sure most Western countries, is the unionization, right? And now the unions actually just completely set political tone as well. They're all for the critical pedagogy. All for it. And the unions have really gone Marxist. There was always that bit of red tinge to them, but now they've really gone bullshit. All right. Yeah, so they've already killed all their own children, so they need yours. That's the answer there. I've said this before, but I was watching this interview with Stevie Nicks. You guys like Stevie Nicks? Everybody like Fleetwood Mac? Everybody a big fan of Fleetwood Mac? You like that Stevie Nicks? I saw an interview with Stevie Nicks, and she was talking about, I think she was talking about like the early 80s when she was going off on her solo career after, the big glory days of Fleetwood Mac, Rumors and all of that. And then, started doing solo stuff the early 80s. And she was talking about how she'd had an abortion. And and how she had like some sort of like missed spiritual bond or something with like her child that she'd killed. And really kind of romanticized the whole thing, which I thought was quite weird. Obviously a coping mechanism, right? And she said, but the thing is that, it bothered me for a long time. But the thing is, if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have been able to make all of that music. And I thought, I could have lived without Edge of 17. And literally, the baby would have lived without Edge of 17. And it's like this spiritual relationship where she like talks to like the baby that, like, how does that go? How does that go? Well, I'm really glad you got to like write all those songs about your feelings and stuff, that stuff that people do when they're alive because your mother didn't murder you. Like, what weird like narcissism. I just think it's just so strange to even say that, to be in an interview and say that. Like, it's just kind of bafflingly lacking in self-awareness, isn't it? Rosie says, I do. My friends named their dog Stevie Nicks. Rosie said, sad women are deluded. It's just like, isn't it this Faustian bargain that she's describing? So you murdered your own child. And by saying that you have like this spiritual bond, and I can't remember all the details, but I've heard of this, heard this story a million times. But it's like this Faustian bargain where like if you're having some like spiritual connection with the child you aborted, right? Well, you don't just see it as obviously as a microscopic globule of cells or something, right? So you see it as a person, right? And you're saying that you struck this Faustian bargain with the devil to have fame and fortune, which you already had, just more of it for it to continue, right? And all you have to do is murder your own child. Like, what a weird thing to admit. It just seems strange to me. It's just so macabre, right? It's just so dark. Well, I could have written all those songs. I couldn't have shoveled all that coke up my nose. Like, what a weird thing to admit. Like, it's horrible, right? And just saying that admitting you struck this Faustian bargain. And like, you pregnant, like women with children can't write songs? No, they can't go on the road and shovel coke up their nose and like bang like the roadies every night. They can't do that, right? You could write the songs. You could have a sober tour, right? Bring the kid along. I don't know, what a weird thing to admit, I thought. It's just so strange. Izzy says it's a cope. Clearly, it's a cope. Izzy says, I'm sure it's a one-sided spiritual board. It's like, yeah, like how does that go, the conversations, the spiritual conversations? You know? Yeah, really glad you get to do all those things that living people do, people who are alive do. Thanks for nothing, Stevie Nicks. God damn it. Let's see. Rosie says my profile commercial is post-production. So I didn't know you were doing a profile commercial. Songwriter Jeffrey Steele says he will help with music production and promo. Pardon me. He dropped a new single today. A Voice has reached number 15 on iTunes chart. I did see something. I had to go through the DMs on X really quickly because there's like so many. And I did see something like that, and I don't think I put it in the thing, but maybe remind me, we'll do that for next time. Pro-life commercial. I think, I went dyslexic for a second. Pro-life commercial. All right, well, we would definitely want to see that. All right. All right, let's move on. All right. I'm getting tired. 3 hours, 37 minutes. Been our longest one for a while. But yeah, we definitely want to see that for sure, Rosie. Greenland and Danish defense. All right, let's take a look.
For what officials are calling an imminent invasion. Live right now in Greenland. Behind me, Danish forces are setting up defensive positions using Indian-made unsold Danish cookie tins as preparations ramp up for what officials are calling an imminent invasion.
Yeah. Europe is a paper tiger. They can't even handle Russia at this point, right? So, heart over height. Let's take a look. So what's going on here? Pretty good. They still did lose 100-2, but that was nice. I don't know how it turned out. I hope that they won. Let's say, look at this. The Florida Panthers are now being attacked by the left for dressing in Trump suits, which is hilarious. That's why hockey is the best sport besides boxing. So yeah, the winners of the league champions of every sport, NBA, NFL, NHL as well, all go to the White House. I guess if they're an American team, and look at that, they all wore that's awesome. This makes me like hockey more. This is, you know what? This is right now, I can feel my love for hockey being renewed right here. I've not been a big hockey fan the last 5 years, but I'm starting to feel something well up inside of me when I see this. They're all in the Trump suits with the red tie. Awesome. Hockey, number one sport of all time. Best sport ever. I'm feeling something. My elbows are going up. Oh, no. Oh, geez. Got to control that. Rosie says, thanks. When music is done, we'll share pro-life commercial. We'll absolutely, we'll show it on here for sure. Radio Streamer says, and their hair is well kept. This is not the same as the teams visiting Biden. Look at that. Look at that beautiful, all those beautiful red ties there. I bet you Trump got a real kick out of it. Awesome. That is great. This is why hockey's the best. This is why hockey players are the best athletes. This we've got to save for the premium show. Let's save this one for the premium show too. I like to save that. Dude created a 254-foot crazy Hot Wheels roller coaster. How long is this? It's 50 seconds. All right, let's take a peek.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2.
God damn it, I was muted the whole time. All right. Anyway, wait for it. Wait for it. It's coming. It's coming. Classic. Classic. I mean, my commentary on the Hot Wheels thing was it was not that compelling. Anyway, Rosie says, kind of a nice break, no sound. Well, I do tend to ramble, don't I? Let's see. Might have seen this one before. The look on his face is one of just utter betrayal there. Look. It's just betrayal. Like, oh my God, why would anybody do that to me? Why would anybody do that to me? I try to be nice. I try to be nice to everybody. Look at that. Just betrayal. You can tell he's a nice guy, and they're just fucking with him for no reason. What a jerk. What a bunch of jerks. I feel sorry for that guy. They should be nicer to him. What the heck is this?
Смотри на них!
Okay, that's AI. That's just AI. That's AI. Is he saying that last one was staged? I don't know. That look on his face. I don't know if that was staged. That look on his, that hurt there. Look at that. I can empathize there. That hurt. Just total betrayal. Why would you do that to me? Why would you even think of doing something so cruel? Anyway, that's definitely AI. It looks so real, though, doesn't it? I hate how real AI looks, but that's got to be AI. Let's see. Time to bring out this. We'll save this for. That's a premium stream one. This is street legal in Kentucky. European minds can't comprehend this. They can't even comprehend free speech, amazingly. Let's see.
Blanket weather on the couch.
Absolutely. Got to get cozy, huh?
Gotta get cozy. It's cold when you're going 30 miles an hour on the couch.
Oh, yeah, I believe it.
What's this? Rosie says, sent you Call Me Chocolate on DM. What? Crazy. Call Me Chocolate. Isn't that just like shredded newspapers and like depleted uranium with like some mud? I think. Anyway, let's continue.
Have a good one. You too, man.
So that little table is the steering wheel. Yes, the European mind can never understand that because it's too awesome. Because it's simply too awesome. Might want to do it on a less busy street, though, I would think, because if you do end up getting into a fender bender, that could go really bad. Let's see. This one I think we'll save for the premium stream. This is awesome. From the outside, it looks like a stack of wooden pallets. Inside, it's a fully hollowed out camper with a bed, TV, and 360 security. Absolute stealth mode. I'm always, mentally putting away ideas for the apocalypse. This seems like a good one.
Hey guys, welcome to Camping with Steve. It looks like I got a trailer full of pallets, but let me tell you what, it's not pallets. Come on in. So it's just the outside veneer of pallets. The inside is all hollow, and there's a camper in there. The camper gets a little taller where I'm sitting, and I got a skylight in here from an old window. And there's some leakage because it is just pallets and a little bit of plastic wrap on it. And I got my security system. So this is surveillance 360 degrees around the camper I'm in right now. And that will let me know if there's any problems and when it's okay to open up that door to go outside. There's a small, modest electrical system in here that will do for what I need tonight. I can't cook in here with an open flame, obviously, because there's very little ventilation. And I'll hook up these lights as well to the battery. But I'll show you on the outside kind of what we've done. This door holds shut with a couple of magnets, one here, one over here. And when I'm in a parking lot, getting in and out, I can just close that. But when I'm going down the road, I put another strap on the back to hold that all together. We got some bigger ratchet straps down there holding it together, but it's screwed together, so that's not going anywhere. Got these cameras put on with some pipe strapping, and we had to cover up some of the lights on it because at night it glows with a red light. That's not stealthy.
My only thoughts on this, my only criticism on this is that whether you're dealing with a zombie apocalypse or a nuclear apocalypse or alien invasion apocalypse, whatever kind of apocalypse you just happen to, whatever kind of specific apocalypse you happen to be dealing with, resources are going to be scarce. There's not going to be electricity. People are going to need to burn things for heat and to cook food. And a bunch of pallets like that, I don't know, people, run up with a crowbar, start tearing that apart. Always going to need more stuff to burn. That's a lot easier than chopping down a tree, right? So, or just to build a structure, so I don't know. I think you'd get found out pretty quickly, to be honest, So I'm going to say 0 to 10 apocalypse use. I'm going to give it a 3. 3 out of 10. Yeah, I don't think it would work. And then, they'll discover your thing in there, and apparently it's just cloth in there. So you're getting eaten for sure. Yeah.
Hey guys, welcome.
I'm saying it's cool. I love it. But, I don't know. I don't think it would last for the apocalypse. Let's see. This one we're going to have to save for the premium stream. The Republican majority backstabbed their voters for the second time tonight. This one, I put it in there. I'm going to have to do a bit of extra work on it, which we're almost 4 hours in. I just don't think I can do it tonight. So we'll leave that. This one for the premium stream too. This one, you know what? Let's wait him like Nag Tigano or something like that. I don't know. Just this old lesbian lady who's never been good in anything. Didn't she used to be a comedian, like a really unfunny comedian or something? And she just gets these random jobs here and there to fill in a diversity box. Maybe she's really nice. Maybe she's a really nice person or something, but I don't know. I don't feel like this is making the kind of quality Star Trek stories that I want to see.
To the PM name.
Well, she showed him. I guess he must be the rebel. Another Star Trek I won't be watching. They just have to ruin everything by turning it into woke. I mean,
Everything woke turns to shit.
as true now as it ever was. Why would anybody think this would be compelling for anybody? Like, the modern audience doesn't exist. The modern audience that they kept telling us about does not exist. There's nobody that actually wants to watch this. In fact, I saw that Nerdrotic ran a live stream that was just a picture of an empty chair with a Spock doll sitting on it, and it got more views because the Paramount aired the pilot episode for free on YouTube, and Nerdrotic ran a live stream with just an empty chair with a Spock doll on it, and it got like 3 or 4 times as many viewers live as this. That tells you something. That is appalling. That is brutal. That tells you nobody cares. That tells you that the franchise is dead. It has been ruined. This beloved franchise, Star Trek. I mean, it was like a money printing machine, Star Trek. You have to really try hard to ruin that, to turn it into this. Yikes. Absolutely brutal. Star Trek, Starfleet Leering Center. I guess it's run by Somalians. It's I guess this is supposed to be Starfleet Academy, where all the young prospects, all the young Starfleet officers go to the Starfleet Leering Center. The absolute state of there's Holly Hunter. Here's a fine actress, but I don't know. Let's see. Comments. Wait, this cannot be real. I haven't followed who's behind this, but oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. They create their bizarre feelings reality on the fly as they go. I think that they do. Can we please return to space exploration and optimism? Oh no. No, it's millennials. Millennials and hipsters writing Star Trek now. None of that. Is this Minnesota or San Francisco in space? Both. Who made this and why? It doesn't matter. Why bother asking? Nobody cares. This was so bad. Finally, pure retardium. Pure retardium. There you go. Let's see. For the young, diverse female writers and producers, this type of exposition is not about developing a character or moving a plot along or setting a tone. It's about in-group signaling, an intersectional placeholder saying, "This is from us for us." It is immediately comforting to their target audience, and pardon me, and like kryptonite to traditional Star Trek fans, and that's okay to them and part of the point. There's a type of mind who thinks you should be subjected to this as entertainment. Now, imagine what this type of mind thinks you should be subjected to at work if you're allowed to keep a job. Yeah. So they view Star Trek as a big HR lecture. Yikes. Just gross. Gross. Ruin everything. They ruin everything. Let's see. This one we got to save for Monday. Actor Todd Bridges and his wife are separating after marrying in 2022. 2022. Let's see. He married his wife in 2022, and it took him this long to figure it out. Yikes. Wait a second. You a dude. Oh dear. Oh dear. Where did they meet? At the NFL Combine? They I think that's what happened. I think he just figured it out. Holy macaroni. Todd Bridges was Willis from Different Strokes. Different Strokes. The show was called Different Strokes, and I guess it does take different strokes, doesn't it? Very different strokes. And I mean, he looks happy. He looks happy. Let's see. All right, this one we're going to save. That one we're going to save, and that's it. That's it. That's it, folks. We're done. We are done. That's it. Okay, let's get to the last bit of the chat here. There's 4 hours of quality streaming and ranting tonight, folks, and chat reading. You can't ask for more. Let's see. Izzy says, I'd love to see what kind of mileage it gets on the highway. You're talking about like the living room car thing. Let's see. It is awesome. Rosie says, pallet camper, interesting. But I've already gone through, again, why it's not really apocalypse ready, I don't think. Izzy says, someone's going to find it trying to steal your pallets. Exactly, especially in an apocalypse. Let's see. What was that even about? I think Izzy's talking about the new Star Trek Starfleet Academy show. It's about woke. It's about virtue signaling. It's about how they're saying, if you let us, we'll even ruin space. It's not enough to just ruin Earth. We'll ruin space as well. Let's see. Rosie's happy to get everything woke turns to shit twice. Very good. I was happy to do it. Izzy says, yeah, I would have enjoyed the Spock doll. Well, that's the thing. Not only did he get like 4 times the live viewers as the actual Star Trek episode that probably cost like $1 million. We're talking about just a live stream of an empty chair, except for a Spock doll on it. All right. Not only that, but the Star Trek one got like 1,500 likes and I think like 4,000 dislikes. And the Nerdrotic video got like 5,000 likes and like 150 dislikes, or like 50 or something. It tells you that you've screwed up, that you have fucked up badly if you're making modern Star Trek. Radio Streamer says, I watch mostly older television and media. That's really the way to go now. All the new stuff, the vast majority of new stuff sucks. I've been on a binge of watching just like independent British apocalypse movies. Some of them are pretty good. All right, looks like we lost Dame Pam. Great show. Good night to all. Good night, Pam. Thanks for hanging around. All right, Rosie says, nice stream. Okay, we just got a little bit more chat here, then we're going to call it a night. Radio Streamer says, shows like The Rifleman and the Andy Griffith Show had a moral with every episode back then, and I mean actual Christian Western culture that used to hold society together. Yes, before postmodernism took over everything. Trudeau Survivor says, would Radio Baloney remember to do a raid? No, I would not remember. If he didn't read this comment, oh, God, thank you. This is why I need you at every stream. Trudeau Survivor. This is why. Okay. Radio Streamer says, his last raid was a known great streamer. Almost doesn't count. I'm still scarred from Black Hitler. The burnt out art teacher from the 70s. Well, if you know, you know. All right. So let's do this. We got to do the right. Thank you so much for reminding me, because it sucks when I forget. All right. So let's go Rumble. And let's go live. All right. And let's find something that I think you guys will like. All right. View all. Let's see. Let's go to, I mean, I like to find somebody who doesn't have too many viewers. We can just add a few. I mean, if someone's got thousands of people watching, you know, it's like, let's see. What do we got here? I don't know. How about, I mean, you know, Alex Jones has only got 163 people on there. That could be fun. I'll give you a choice. Alex Jones or Happy Patel Katarnak Jesus movie review live. That's got 137 or 163 people watching Alex Jones InfoWars live. Should we do that? I think we're just going to go ahead and do it. Alex Jones. Radio Streamer says, I like Alex Jones. I like him too. He's hilarious. Let's see. Let's copy that sucker. And let's go here. And then we do this. And then we go raid. And then I copy that in and paste it. And then I make a space there. And then I press the button. And please review the raid details below. The raid will be in. Okay, let's do it. Let's go. Raid confirmed. Let's join the raiding party. Here we go. Raid starting in 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's go. There we go. All right. Looks like everything's going well. All right. Right. There's no chat in there. It doesn't look like. That's kind of weird. Oh, well. Okay, everybody. Anyway, thanks for hanging around. All right. So that's it, everybody. I think that's it for us tonight. We are gonna go. We're over 4 hours in, so that's enough streaming for tonight. I want to thank everybody for showing up. If you guys weren't here, I wouldn't do it because it'd be depressing, ranting like a lunatic to a cold and indifferent universe. But because you guys are here, it's not. So it's fun. And I think you guys are in good, very fine form tonight as well. I will say. You guys made me laugh. One of you, I can't remember who, almost gave me a stitch because I laughed too hard. That happens sometimes. So thanks, everyone. We will be back on Sunday, 6 o'clock Pacific time, 9 o'clock Eastern. We'll be back again on Monday for the premium stream on Rumble, just on Rumble. And we will be back on Tuesday as well for our regular stream, 6 o'clock Pacific. But I'll see everybody on Sunday. Everybody have a great weekend. Thanks for showing up. Pick up your good karma. You can even get some now, right now, by liking the stream. Get your good karma. All right, everybody. Good night.